So everyone should have gotten a pop-up notification on your screen saying that this meeting is now being live streamed. Just click got it and that will go away. And in the upper left-hand corner of your screen, your Zoom screen, you will also see that it says live on YouTube. If you click on YouTube, you can get a copy of the link if you want to share it with your family and friends. And now I will give hosting back to Ruben. Also, we will be taking screenshots of this final review session to share your work on social media. If you do not want your picture or your work shared on social media, do private message me in the chat and we will respect that. And that should be it. And Ruben, when you end the Zoom, it will automatically end the YouTube recording, so you don't have to worry about doing anything there.
Okay, thank you so much, Naomi.
Thank you, and apologies again that
No
we
worries.
weren't on earlier.
Okay, so what I will do is I will share just my screen to introduce very briefly our work, the framework of the research. 1 second. Okay. Okay, can you see the PowerPoint? Yes. Okay, so the first thing that I would like just is to thank to our guest reviewers, Professor Alona Martinez from the Montfort University, UK. Thank you for being here, Alona. Thank you for making time, and also Dr. Efren Gerbemarian from the Addis Ababa University from Ethiopia. Thank you for again making time to be here today. No. I would like just to explain very briefly the general framework of this research. The research is based is a research studio that is based on the rapid growth of some of the cities that we can find right now in the world. In this case, it's focused on Ethiopia, on Addis Ababa, the capital of Ethiopia. And as you can see here, one of the most characteristics, or the most important characteristics of the city is the rapid growth in both sides. In population, as you can see, that it has doubled its population in the last decades, and the prediction is that it's going to continue to double the numbers in the coming years, and also in surface, in urbanization, in built-up areas. You can see also in this slide, the city has almost doubled its urbanization area in the last 2 decades. And then on top of that, what we can see is we have also climate change, something that we are starting to experiment, and they are starting to experiment in Addis Ababa with the temperature that is increasing, as you can see in this slide, also almost 1.5 degrees Celsius degree, and also the big events like drought or rains, that they are going to be more intense but more erratic. We don't know how they are going to be, but what we know is that they are going to be always more intense and more erratic in the coming years. This is the plan of Addis Ababa, but we prefer to see Addis Ababa by using this plan, because Addis Ababa has a different other cities. For example, in New Orleans, that there we have just a big river like the Mississippi. Addis Ababa has all this quantity of rivers and streams, and most part of the city, or most part of the population is very close to one of these water bodies. Actually, the city has this close relationship with the water bodies, because the existence of some hot springs in what is nowadays the city center of Addis Ababa was one of the main reasons why the Emperor Menelik II brought founded what is the current capital of Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, in this spot, in this area, But nowadays, the relation between the city and the water bodies is totally different. No, nowadays the water bodies are a kind of open air channel, no, where everybody just throw their garbage. No, so our idea is just trying by using architecture and urbanism, trying to change this current situation and trying to give back to the rivers the front facade of the city as it was once, no, especially at the beginning of the city, no, when it was the foundation. Something that is also somehow related with with a current government, federal and city program that is called Beautifying Seger, but that the purpose is, or the idea is again to clean and to reuse the river somehow, but the purpose and the objectives that they are doing or they're pursuing, which hours are totally different, as you will see also on the next proposal, on our next proposal. Well, what we are doing is based that on this kind of homogeneity of the city, as you can see here, that as I mentioned, that most part of the city is always very close to a water body. Instead of working in the entire city, what we will do is just to focus on just a small part of the city, with the idea that then all the strategies that we can think for this area can be then exported and implemented in the rest of the city, but also in other cities with a similar relationship between urban fabric and built up areas and water bodies. No, in our case, we are focused on the Upper Kebana River, that is, as you can see here in the center of the image, that is connecting the Ntoto Mountains on the north of the city, a very important area for the city, with the Peacock Park that is more or less close to what is nowadays the city center and close to the hot springs area that I just mentioned. I just showed an image before. We were able to travel to ADDIS, to Ethiopia, in the first year, and I'm mentioning this because as a research studio, what we are doing is working always on top of the work developed during the previous semesters. This is the third semester that we are working on this research on Addis Ababa. And as I mentioned, especially the first part, the research part of the work is what the students are always trying to work on top of the previous work developed. No, we have from the very beginning, from the first iteration, we have divided this research in different parts. The first one is an analysis where we analyze the current situation of the city at different scales, from continent to country to metabolic region to city, and then also to the Upper Kebana region. Then we establish our own diagnosis, trying to highlight the main issues, the main urban issues that we think that based on our tools as architects and as urbanists, we can try to address. And then we start in a third step, we start this propositive phase where we propose a strategic plan for this Upper Kebana region. And then in a fourth step, that is what the students will present right now, what we are doing is zooming in and proposing some urgent intervention. In some cases are more landscape, in some cases are more architectural, in some cases are more urban, no? And this last scale is what the students will present today. No, this is, for example, this cloud of urban issues, where we would like just to highlight just 5 of them, 3 that they are related with water, water scarcity, flooding, urban and river, and water pollution. And then there are 2 related, what we call lack of connectivity and lack of basic infrastructure. That these 5 issues are the main ones that we have highlighted among all the urban issues that we can find in ADDIS. And those 5 are the ones that we are trying to address through this strategic plan, but also through this Georgian intervention. No? And this is also just a slide of what is the strategic plan with 3 main perspectives, one ecological, one about mobility, and one about opportunity that we call that is just to implement some of these basic infrastructures, no? that most of the students is what they are developing right now. And from my side, that will be all. Now the students, what they will do is just, they will just share their screen and they will just jump into this last step, the urgent interventions. And I don't know if you have any questions, Alona, Efrem, about.
I think it's very clear, actually, Ruben. I think it's really, really clear. I mean, I read the brief that you sent, but I think it's really clear what we are looking to see. My only question I was going to say is about the grid. Are we going to give feedback to the students after each one of the students present, or how do you want to do that?
Yeah, I think that the best way could be that, as there are only 5 students in this session, I think that we will be able, we have more or less like a slot of 30 minutes. So the students will have like 12-15 minutes to present their work, and then we will just stop and you can just give feedback to them.
Cool, thank you.
Efrem, any questions?
No, I'm good. It was a very good introduction. So I think we can proceed with the remaining task.
Okay, so in that case, the first student is Ryan. Ryan, are you ready?
Yes. I'll just share my screen. Sorry, give me 1 second. Okay, can everyone see that? Yes?
Yes.
Sorry, I wasn't here. Yes.
Okay. Hello, my name is Ryan Harnish, and I'll be presenting. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'll be presenting the Entoto River connection. Addis Ababa is currently facing a crisis of flooding. At least 30,000 residents are currently at risk of flooding due to residential construction methods, and flash floods are also very common. Addis also suffers from a lack of connection. Most trips are via walking, but there's a lack of slow mobility infrastructure, especially away from the city center. This map shows river flooding across the whole city. Flooding generally worsens towards the city center as runoff accumulates through all the rivers. As for flash flooding, it also mainly occurs in the city center where there's less permeable surfaces, but also frequently in the mountains where the topographic profiles are more extreme. There's also a water shortage with inadequate water supply infrastructure in a lot of the city. As for mobility, Addis is working on improving their public transportation infrastructure, but certain areas, mainly away from the city center, are still lacking access to this. And here's just some views of like the river condition around the city. Frequently, the river system is kind of pushed to the background of the city, with many river areas being inaccessible. And most cultural sites are also, located in the city center, with some on the fringes, but these are frequently inaccessible, day to day, due to the lack of public transportation. Here's the strategic plan we all worked on. The site I will be looking at is all the way at the very top in the foothills of the Entoto Mountains. This is just an aerial photograph of the site as it is now. And then with the Entoto Mountains highlighted, they're a mountain range to the north of the city that's very important in the history of ADDIS. And every day, thousands of women make the trek up to the mountains on foot to gather firewood so that they can sell it. On the site, there is a major church and pilgrimage location called Entoto Kadane Meret. And here are just some images of that. It's a very important pilgrimage site especially for the holiday of Filseta. And also people go there a lot for healing. And it's a large church compound, including a church, a school, and a monastery. Here are all the different means of transportation mapped out on the site. You can see paved roads, unpaved roads, and then the smallest dotted line are footpaths. And then some views of the river condition in the site. You can see the very steep topography, making the river almost entirely inaccessible in this area. And then also a photo of that current road condition. And you can see that people right now just have to walk right in the middle of that road. And then there's all the settlements on the site mapped out. They've built up around the church to serve those pilgrimages and any of the visitors that come through. And then here is my proposal for this site. It includes strategies for both like ecology and flooding and mobility strategies. The first ecology strategy is to reforest. Currently, most of the mountains are covered in eucalyptus trees, which are invasive and are very damaging for the soil. So reforesting with native plants will encourage undergrowth and bring back some of the flora and fauna, which will both slow floodwater and also help to infiltrate rainwater as the soil quality will be better. Then I also introduced some small dams along the river that most of the time would allow water past unimpeded, but during floods would help to slow that flood water, preventing floods further downstream into the city center. And then also up in the mountains above some of those settlements, there would be these contour trenches that just follow the topography to slow the water and collect it and channel it away from the settlements to prevent flash flooding in those houses. And then some retention ponds that is where the water would be channeled to from those trenches. And then along the river, there would also be some permeable paths kind of parallel to the topography that would help to infiltrate water. And then the streets through the settlement would add trenches and sewers to any of the rainwater that makes it through to channel that away from people's houses and off of the street. And then for that major road going up the site, in its current condition, it's entirely impermeable and water just collects on the road. So adding a bioswale on the side would help to infiltrate that water. And then also reducing the number of lanes of traffic would allow for a sidewalk, because as you saw earlier, right now people just have to walk right in the middle of the street. And then along that road, there's currently a very large retaining wall, which prevents any form of vertical connection. So opening that up in certain key locations would allow that connection while also allowing the infiltration of water that would normally just be stopped by the entirely impervious retaining wall. And then onto the mobility strategies. Again, the the road, reducing the number of lanes and adding that sidewalk. The paths, again, provide a slow mobility connection from the city to the church and then continuing all the way up into the mountains. And then on key points along the path, there would also be this system of terraces that allow views along the river and some connection. And then in certain spots would also provide that vertical connection from the neighborhood down to the river. And some of them include public amenities like toilets and just places to rest as you're making your way up to the church. And here's just that neighborhood plan again, so you can see everything working together. And then going into section, just so that you can see how all of these strategies work together and how they work vertically. And then another section to show just the extreme topographic differences along different areas of the river. And now to zoom in to the church and that major terracing area. So as you can see, the terraces provide a connection, from that path right down to the river, and then all the way up through the church to that road, which is currently how most people would get there. And then it also introduces a couple of temporary housing for pilgrims and people seeking healing, so that they have somewhere to stay while they are at the church. There's that in section, so you can see that that vertical connection, again, all the way down from the river up to the church. And then in Axon, and you can see those houses kind of integrated with all the existing neighborhood, and then the church complex, and some of those paths along with one of the public toilets, and then some of the dams further upstream. This view looks from across the river, looking across the river at the church, so you can see the levels of the terraces moving upwards, and how they are built in such a way as to not obstruct any view, and they integrate pretty well with the natural landscape. This is coming along one of those paths, so this is the view someone would be seeing as they first arrive at the project, coming from the city. And then from on one of the major bridges in the proposal, looking back in the opposite direction is the last view. And then finally, from that highest level terrace, looking out into the distance, out into the mountains, to kind of see that vertical connection across the river there. And that is all. Thank you. And I can go back to any slide if you want to see it.
Thank you, Ryan. Good work. I forgot to mention, Alona, a friend, that all these students this year are undergraduate students. Most of them are from the 4th year, and 3, I think, they are.
Sorry, just to understand, are they undergraduate students?
Yeah.
And are they doing the final year of degree, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So do you want to start, Ruben, or do you want us to start?
Please. Yeah.
Please, all right, okay, fantastic. I mean, okay, I start then. So Ryan, thank you very, very much, first of all, for such a clear and good presentation, really. I'm astonished because I think the quality of the work is really excellent. I think it's really it's really fantastic. It's always fascinating the way you kind of put all this before and afters, and you tell us all the interventions that you are doing, right? And there's a lot of thought that have gone into it, and a lot of really good skill and good thinking in terms of intervention and proposition. But I also fascinated about your drawing, the different drawings that you saw, from the kind of astronometrics to the different little punctuations when you put that before and after, and that kind of complex proposition that you are creating, no? Responding to a series of analysis. I think that's quite powerful. And the way you presented it was really, really clear. And I would say, yes, I mean, I'm just coming in from the outside, but it looks more to me like a postgraduate project than an undergraduate project. I think it's really good. I'm just gonna go back now before we go forward. Yeah, so I think you do first quite a bit of analysis about the context on the strategic level. You are basically looking at water, flooding, how these places are, how they work in a completely alien context. We're talking about the Mississippi River. Here is like a series of streams, etc., etc. And you analyze it really quite well. You're looking at what's going with the church, the different religions, the different groups, the social mix, etc., etc., etc. So you've gone into quite a deep analysis. And I think for me, what you should do next in this project is to have one page that puts all of the layers of the analysis together in one page. That's it. Yeah. And I tell you why. Because then your proposition goes to respond to some of the analysis and the challenges that you have set us to look at, right? And I think that page, it's like almost like if you have an onion with lots of layers, there will be one. If you make a cut through the onion, it comes all the layers. So I would like to see one page with all of these things that you've looked at before you go to the proposition, okay? Just from a projectual point of view. Then once you go to the proposition, you start proposing, right? And you pick chunks of the site, no? And you highlight them in your response to the site. And I quite like that before and after, because I could see very clearly what each one of these interventions that you propose across, let's call it a plan or a proposal plan, are doing. And I think they are very valid, because I think you are working with that kind of landscape, you are putting a small insertions, you are playing with retaining walls, you are playing with different elements, right? Which I think are quite powerful, because I think your precision is almost surgical, right? You analyze surgically, you respond surgically. And I like that. I really like your astronometric. So if we can go back to page 32, if I'm right, yeah.
Wait, what? Sorry, I missed that last part.
Page 32, please.
32.
Yeah, if I'm right. Okay, so this drawing for me is really, when you say that's my proposed drawing, right? That has everything there. So it's almost a drawing that you've been breaking down every element of this kind of plan, and then you put it all together. So I think that drawing would need a little bit of a key or an explanation about each one of those elements. So we summarize your whole project and we understand your whole project, which is quite clear from your presentation. But I would like to see that with a key explanation, where you tell us that's one, that's two, that's it, and we look at it, right? In a fundamental way. So that's for me what is missing, and it's to be kind of, it shouldn't end up long, just add it to that kind of situation. So going back to the city, I think what interests me about the project in a way, and looking at the African context and this kind of urbanization context that Ruben explained at the beginning, which is happening in Addis Ababa, this kind of, there's a government program and there's another proposition that you're looking at, which is much more, something that interests me is this kind of lack of infrastructure, lack of this, lack of that, what we can do. And I think what is interesting about the African city, or at least my paradigm about looking at the African city, and I remember, not so much Johannesburg, but I remember Lagos. You arrive to Lagos and it catches you, it's a very old settlement, but it catches you by surprise, how it looks that it doesn't work, but then it works. It's what Rem Koolhaas says. I thought I was going to Africa to look at mega city, and suddenly I realized that I had to learn from Africa. No? But something that your project has, interestingly enough for me, which is kind of, you are an outsider, like I'm an outsider, right? Is that you get it right. I think some of the little things you propose are things that can work on a little scale to really improve that side. And that's really what I like about your work, that I think it's very, very precise, and I think it's very, very specific. So I like your precision, and I like your specificity and your surgical approach. What I think you need to do is to summarize better. I think you need to summarize your ideas better. So, you've gone through this process of drawing all of these things, of doing all of these things in such a detail, of that beautiful asymmetric, drawing 32, and after analysis, I made a summary page of all of these things. Now I'm going to go to the quality of your drawings, right? I think it's astonishing. I mean, you kind of, is this your own drawing work? I mean, is this your own kind of, you produce these drawings for the fall, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, fine. I'm just asking because
not the like those maps at the very beginning.
Yeah, I know, but the maps,
you
put it in your final page. I could see that. But what I'm saying is, these are your drawings. This is your craftsmanship.
Yes.
You've drawn this. I think you draw beautifully. I think there's a certain delicacy and intensity to your drawing and the craftsmanship of your work that I absolutely welcome as a proposition. It reminds me a little bit, there was an English architect, which I've met a couple of times, called Peter Cook, which was part of a group called Archigram. And in the later in his career, he started doing this kind of beautiful drawings of kind of landscape, And he's an architect, but the drawings are quite abstract, but they're quite beautiful. And I think reminds me a little bit of that kind of craftsmanship. But I really like your work. I have to say, I really like the proposition. I really like how it was almost like really geeky, you went into every single part of the proposition, I was looking at it and it was like every element, from the walks to the church and how people walk up the hill and how you bring the retaining wall and how you break it. So from a propositional point of view, I think your project is very strong. I think it really has very good qualities of urban connection, of small interventions, which, there was a Brazilian architect called Jaime Lerner, which used to talk about urban acupuncture, puntuación here, that could be replicated elsewhere. And I think it meets your brief, because the idea from what Ruben was saying is how you could do something in an area that then can be replicated to other parts of this landscape of that city. Obviously, being adapted, because we are talking about an area which, you have to work in section, clearly, because it has this kind of thing. But I really like the proposition. I think it's really good. I think to summarize it work better. Also some of the references, when you put the text, make the text a little bit more clear, if I'm being precise. I think, interestingly enough, it's a project from an outsider, because you are an outsider to this context, that is really, I don't know, how old are you, Ryan? Do you mind me asking, how old are you?
21.
For a 21-year-old to do this kind of complex analysis and complex proposition is pretty amazing. You really nail it. Africa is not an easy continent to deal with. We all come from Africa. We all go back to Africa. Dr. Ephraim will probably be going in more detail about the context because he's from the country. But I think it's really fascinating to see how some of the things you propose are right. And that's why I was asking you, how old are you? The wisdom of youth, it's really, really good. I commend your work. I think it's really, really good. And I really like, I come from an urban background, so for me it's really interesting, but I think you've been really well guided by your teachers, because it's really a fantastic project. But you need to summarize. My advice for the next project you do in the spring is make sure first the summary and then you break it down, right? So for people like me, which are a little bit older, we can understand it, because I had to put a lot of attention, but very good work, right? And also a good oral presentation. I was really impressed how you presented. So I'm really happy with the proposal. I think it's interesting both in terms of proposition, but also in terms of answering to the situation that you analyzed, and also in terms of research background. So that's me, Ruben. I came first. That's all I'm gonna say.
Ephraim, would you like to say something about the project?
Thank you. would like to start also by thanking the presenter, Ryan. It was a good job. Starting from the site description, it is well documented. The reality on the ground is very well represented with spatial tools, the elevation, the settlements, the road, and all the other features are there as it is on the ground. The social fabric is also described very well, including the seasonal pilgrimage and the related festivities. That is very good to start with to describe the background of the area. I would quickly give focus for the ecological solutions given by the presenter. So all the different techniques or ecological strategies, starting from reforest area with indigenous species is very useful as it's described to improve the soil quality and allow percolations as well, because runoff could be high in the current situation. But if the vegetation conditions changed with more indigenous setting, the dominant eucalyptus could be mixed with other varieties of indigenous, and this is a very useful thing to focus on, not only for that specific locality, but for the entire Dodo mountain. Well, eucalyptus from the very beginning is main source of energy initially, but now it's a main source for construction supplies, construction material supplies, and some other eucalyptus are owned by the electric line, the power authorities, since most of the electric poles are made of this eucalyptus trees treated, but now the concrete approach is also coming. So it has also economic relevance. So, and but in that specific area, it is not owned by ELPA, the power authorities, but for the other parties, maybe the approach could be different. But in any way, for this specific area, this is this ecological strategy, identifying this strategy and recommend it in such a way is very useful. The check dam is also, I found it very good. Of course, I have some concern about such kind of water accumulation, stagnant water in that part of the city for percolation, and for the other things it's good. And in the upper part of the mountain, particularly in that part, the water might not be that much polluted with domestic waste. But in most parts of the city, the check dam make the water stagnant, and if the water is not sufficiently clean, it has its own side effects. Otherwise, for the purpose, it is good. And on the river sides, interesting strategies are again also recommended. The one is contour trench, and contour trench help, definitely water population and hold also the water for a while. This is also useful to reduce flood in the city because of the change in morphology of the city. A lot of water is going directly to the streets because the water lines are immediately saturated. So holding the water using different strategies like the contour trench and also the retention pond is very useful. It's a very useful strategy because it has two advantages. One, it increases the water, the groundwater recharge, and the sudden floods also can be captured a while. So this is a strategy of building retention ponds and at the same time contour trench are very useful to reduce flood and increase the water recharge. Permeable paths needs to be also encouraged as it is displayed on the presentation in the diagram. Again, for similar purpose of reducing flood and recharge. So all these ecological strategies are very, very useful, and I endorse also the presenter with these ideas and alternate methodologies to cope up with the problem. So these are the main comments that I want to forward for Ryan, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ryan. Great work.
Thank you.
And the next student will be Alec.
Hello. Okay, let's see. Okay. Hi, my name is Alec. And you guys can see my screen, right? So I will be presenting my project, which is on revitalizing the meander, which is mostly going to be dealing with flooding and lack of connectivity in ADDIS. So flooding is obviously a really big issue in Addis Ababa, everything from flash flooding, fluvial flooding and groundwater flooding. And my site, which is next to the Upper Cabana River, I'll be dealing with river flooding for the most part. Part of the reason that Addis deals with a lot of flooding issues, which are getting worse, as well as erosion, is because of a loss of green space. Part of this is due to the rapid increase of population in Addis in recent years. And as there is less space to build, people are building informal settlements closer up towards the river or towards rivers. So yeah, about 80% of residents live in informal settlements. So that's like poorly constructed mud and wood houses or huts, which, like I was saying, is contributing to the flooding due to loss of green space. And then lack of connectivity is pretty major issue in ADDIS, where 54% of citizens walk primarily as their main means of navigation. The city is lacking the adequate infrastructure to accommodate for the majority of its citizens being pedestrian. So looking at my site, you can see on the left the Upper Cabana master plan that we came up with at the beginning of the semester. And on the right is a satellite image of my site along a meander in a little more urbanly dense area than some of the other sites students are working with. So getting into the existing site, for the most part, you can see that the river running through here, there's no bridge access other than these two bridges that cater mostly to vehicular traffic. So there's definitely a lack of connection across this part of the river here, the meanders separating the two neighborhoods. So you can see in the red, there's lots of retail on this side of the river, including restaurants. And then on the left side, the green is representing some green space, as well as this dark green spot in the middle is a primary school. And then the yellow is representing some religious institutions. So this is identifying the river buffer region, the primary one, and then the lighter one is the secondary one proposed by the municipality. In terms of housing types, the red dash is identifying where some of those informal housing types are up along the river. So you can see that they're built very close to the river, which doesn't work well when it's a rainy season or there's lots of flooding with these poorly constructed houses. So meanders are very prone to flooding. The blue is indicating some of the more flood prone regions along my site. And then the houses in red here, or the ones that are highlighted in red, are the houses that are at most risk to flooding. So in this area, there's about 345 homes that are at risk to flooding. Some of these sections on the right are just showing diagrammatically what's existing here, with the blue showing where most of the flooding occurs. So getting into the master plan that I proposed for my site, thinking from an ecological standpoint, was thinking about soft engineering interventions which mitigate flooding while maintaining the natural dynamic river landscapes. So this includes things like floodplain, bypasses along meanders, greenway space to take back some of that loss of green space, meander diversions which can filter water. Thinking about repairing the riparian buffer zone on the river for natural filtration. Also, green streets were proposed during the master plan phase. So these green streets deal with rainwater runoff and filtering stormwater runoff and whatnot, and then proposing trees along here to protect against erosion. Then getting into the actual housing master plan itself, I proposed having different bridge structures that accommodate different programs and amenities depending on where they are across the river. So this is everywhere, and anything from housing to relocate some of those people who are at risk of flooding, to things like outdoor gathering, composting restrooms, etc. And then the box here is where I zoomed in to propose an actual intervention. which I will be getting into now. And these are just the sections that I had at the end, which are diagrammatically explaining some of the ideas I had for the ecological interventions at the master plan scale. So getting into the actual design intervention at the meander location I chose, you can see here an axon of a housing structure that also functions as a bridge connecting both sides of the river. So like I said, I was focusing on both flooding and lack of connectivity. So the bridge has a marketplace on the left, which is providing a public amenity for the area, and then also serving as the sort of threshold to this bridge connection across the meander. And then you can see from the ecological standpoint, thinking also about urban agriculture along this meander, which can help mitigate flooding, and then also just produce for the community. So looking at this in site or in plan, the site plan here, you can see again the market on the left. You can see the continuation of the green streets, which is emphasized by the trees along here. So that's the main axis of connection, which is being established by the bridge, but it's also connecting to some blue streets running the opposite direction, which deal with a lot of water management as well. Then also thinking about on the right, the housing here for relocating people because of flooding. And then again, of course, urban agriculture for local grown food and flood mitigation. In addition to the connections across the river, there's lots of ramps, which you can kind of see along here, both connecting the bridging structure to a slow mobility path that runs along the river that I proposed in my master plan, and then connecting to the different levels of the bridging structure. So you can see again in the axon, this is the path that connects to the slow mobility. And then there's some other ramps that connect down to the lower levels of the bridging structure. Oops. Again, market on the left, just the axon perspective, housing, urban agriculture. This is again showing the site plan, but with the river at a more flooded standpoint. So you can see where I've proposed 2 meander diversions that will filter water when the river is higher, using both natural vegetation as filtering, and then interventions such as like gabion walls along those diversions. And then you can also see where the trenches built or dug for the agriculture help to mitigate some of the flooding here. And then all of this could potentially flood as well if flooding got really bad. Looking at the floor plans, this is just the top floor. You can see again the housing on the right, market on the left, both indoor and outdoor space for vendors, street vendors, store owners, whatnot. Looking at the second level, so the level below the first, because the first level is at the same level as the street here. So the second one is one below. You can see what I'm imagining would be a lower level of markets. And then there's also lower housing over here. And then looking at the ground level, the plan, this level is supposed to be able to flood as it's at the ground level with the river, but it also allows for access to the river for residents. This is a diagram showing kind of an exploded axon of the 3 levels of the housing structure. So this side over here is the market, so it's kind of flipped a little. And it's separated into the 3 levels, and then is just showing the different axes of connection with all the ramps included, connecting to the slow mobility path, and then the green streets as well. And then lastly, I guess I'm in terms of materiality, I'm considering how the structure of the bridging, the house bridging is like a concrete structural skin on the outside, with the rest of it being, I'm imagining like a heavy timber construction with like wood paneling for walls. And then, so this is just a view showing from the marketplace here, connecting over to the other side with the housing and then the farming. And then just another view looking from the opposite side, housing over to the marketplace. And then you can see like some of the ramps and stuff. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Alec. Good work.
Thank you.
So you want me to start, or you want to have Ephraim first, maybe? Just I don't mind. Okay, I come in. So Alec, thank you very much for. I think it was a very clear presentation, right? And I think it's again what I'm finding fascinating about this work is how different all of your projects are, right? The previous student was very different from your project. You're touching different things across the same city, you know. So I would say that I find it quite interesting, no? The idea of kind of a bridge structure. You really clearly map the flooding and the informality and your project is very projectual, you know? You're kind of like, okay, these are the problems and that's the solutions I'm providing here, right? And I think that was quite clear. It was quite clear what your project is doing, right? And I like that. I like that kind of like, okay, it's the way I'm saying it, right? This is what I think I can do here, which as architects, you know, like I can't remember if it was a professor in Madrid, or I don't know if it was Iñaki Avalos or one of them that says I don't do sociology, you know what I mean? I tend to do projectual stuff, right? But in a certain way, I think what is kind of interesting is what you propose is kind of a living bridge, no? It's that kind of bridge structure that has this kind of buildings, no, into it and are attached to it. And I could not stop thinking myself with Ponte Vecchio in Florence, no, which is a little bridge in the heart of Florence with little shops and kind of like that. And it reminded me of that, you know, that from a typological point of view, you know, you propose this kind of thing, but obviously much more contemporary. And then the other thing, there was an old journal called Pamphlet where there was a American architect, which I can't remember his name, but it's quite well known, who had a bridge in New York, and he was putting this kind of little structures, you know, as a kind of intervention. So I quite like the intervention. I quite like what you're trying to do. I think the strengths of your work, in my view, are that you've analyzed, which is a loss for me, something that stays in my head, right? It's that kind of loss of greenery, no? When you have this kind of landscape where the water comes in and the water comes off, where is the greenery? And I think what is very pertinent about what you propose is kind of bringing that greenery, but also bringing the connection. And the question I would say is, what does bridge mean, right? From a perspective. So if you build a bridge in an area, I then do answer myself, what is the bridge doing here? On one hand, the bridge can join two communities. There's a city called Derry, Londonderry, Northern Ireland, where they built a bridge to join Catholic and Protestant, or the bridge can be an inhabited bridge, which is what you propose, a bridge where we have different types of uses, okay? But there's three things I would say. Now, going back into a more critical underpinning. I like your work. I like the boldness about it. I like the fact that you say, okay, these are the problems, that's the greenery, I'm adding this, and I'm working with this. I think there's three things that I want you to think, right? If you revisit this work, because I think it's important when we project something that is a little bit bold, that we also have the opportunity to reflect on it after. That's what, for me, is the idea of a create, right? The first thing is that you mentioned there that quite a lot of people live in informal housing on that area, right? So I would ask you the question, how would the people living in an informal settlement then move to a kind of more built up structure? Yeah, how would you consider those social conditions of these residents? Because normally these residents don't have clean water, they don't have clean infrastructure, etc., etc. So it all comes with certain issues that from a projectual point of view sometimes can be problematic, no? So for example, in Spain, in some nomadic communities, they put social housing in the 80s, and some of these communities which were nomadic thought, I don't want to be in a proper house, even though our idea of a house is kind of slightly different. So that would be my first question in terms of the context where you are dealing with. The second thing I would say is that I quite like that map where you mentioned about the water, no? And the idea of you suddenly go away from the bridge and you go into the water, which I kind of love in a way, no? Because you're very kind of, this is it and that's it, right? But I actually thought when you look at the water, a perspective that I would have liked to see of your project is how you see your project from the water, right? So at the moment you have a bridge and you look into the water, but how do you look at that proposition from the water? What is this doing to the water? And one thing that I think is missing for me is you mentioned the flooding. I would like to see an image just out of my curiosity as your creek tutor or whatever, with the project as it is, and with flooding, stream flooding, and after flooding. I think those three scenarios would be really useful. So we understand your thinking process deeper, and it helps you deeper in your thinking. And the other thing which I kind of like is that kind of, this is the market, and this is the housing, and this is the line of trees. What if instead of just proposing the market here and the housing there, we programmatically start layering and expanding parts of the project into other parts of the project? By this, I mean, for example, if you have the housing, what if the housing comes and connects to the market? What if somebody living in that housing has a stall in the market? What would be the kind of narratives and stories that we develop from that program? So what I'm asking you is to make that program somehow interlock a little bit more, no? If you can. So those would be my three kind of insertions. But I like your boldness. I thought it was bold. I thought it was brave. I thought it was clear, absolutely crystal clear. And I kind of like this idea of an inhabiting bridge, no? Because I think what you mentioned in the first analysis is those two sides, that what was missing from them was those connections, those bridges. No? So in one side you had, in the existing side, you had the commerce and the housing. So I think what your project does really well as kind of inhabited bridge is to address your analysis. But I think when you present it, it's not that clear in that sense. You know what I mean? To me, that's very clear. You have this kind of side, is separate this from there because there's no connection. And your project is really connecting. So I think you need to emphasize that much stronger to really, but very different project, Ruben, from the previous one. It's kind of like, oof, you know, but I quite like your boldness, Alec, and I hope that, you know, the 3 pointers I gave you just help you to think a little bit further and doesn't remove that kind of bold and clarity, because I really like the clarity of your work. I thought it was very clear. And from an urban point of view, I think also what is important is that any proposition we put on the table is never 100% perfect, okay? You are dealing with complex issues. You are dealing with things like flooding, which are hard to deal with, or lack of connection. And I think for being an undergraduate project, dealing with all these difficult issues, you've done pretty well. Actually, I think it's really, really clear. And I mean, I did my master's on urban studies, you know, in Edinburgh, and this kind of work I could see more at the postgraduate level. So in that kind of thinking, I commend you. I think it's really, you really thought, okay, that's the problems, that's the issues. And the other thing I like is the images that you saw of the city, no? Before you went into the project. And I think just maybe to be playful, it would also be interesting to see the project in a collage of the landscape. If you have more than another time, you know, just to take it further. But I you know, like you saw that image of the skyscraper that you took from the garden, it would be interesting to see, this is my project and that's what I'm doing here. And just do a collage, not so much with drawing, but more with image, and also with residents. I think one thing that would enrich your project is if you suddenly bring the residents to the table and say, what do you think about this project, right? And you find how the big alters slightly. So that's what I would say. So I hope my comments were useful, but I really enjoyed your work and I commend your work, and I think it's really, really good work. So, and a very clear presentation and very clearly spoken and super positive. So I think it's really, really nice work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, I appreciate the work of yeah, I found your name difficult to pronounce. Okay, and the reflection as well. Yeah, you came up with a very different type of solution. As it's already said, that you're brave enough to come up with very innovative type of solution. But when I see it, it means you understood the real actually challenges to solve the informality with the housing and infrastructure and integrated. So these are and the local materials are also proposed in the usage. So timber kind of construction and light weight bearing type of bridges and housing. So all this will solve the risk of those people living in formalities along the riverside in an increasing challenge of flood and high flood. So it is really innovative and the solution here given more from architectural point of view. I'm a bit far from that side to comment on, but the way to solve these three major problems in a combined kind of solution is very innovative. So I really appreciate that one, and but probably further investigations and other work needs to be probably done in order to definitely implement this into practice. But I really acknowledge the innovativeness of the approach. It is thinking outside the box. Yeah, but all the details are already provided by those by her architectural point of view. So this is how I would like to reflect for your work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alona. Thank you, Efren, for your feedback. And thank you, Alec. Great work.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just trying to.
So our next student will be Elliot.
Yes. Okay. Is the screen up? Everybody hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. So good afternoon or good evening for those across the world. But my name is Elliot Moreau, and today I'll be presenting the project Recreative Infrastructures. This project really looks at specifically wastewater and solid waste management in Addis Ababa, and attempts to resolve the potential limitations that are in place today, accounting with the nature of the growing city of Addis. So in Addis Ababa, over 70% of waste materials comes from households, and all of this household waste is expected to be treated at one waste to energy plant, which is unrealistic for the size
the population and the area of the city. So a lot of the accumulated solid waste ends up in the river, on the sides of the roads, and ends up polluting the green spaces of ADDIS. And of this waste, over 60% of it is organic waste, which means that it's compostable, but there are no current efficient manners to compost at large scales in Addis Ababa, which means that there's a potential resource that is missed in efficiently managing its waste systems. In terms of its waste water management or sewage systems, only about 7% of the city has access to piped infrastructure, which means that a large majority of the population relies on disconnected systems such as septic tanks or latrine pits with frequent vacuum trucks to deal with their sewage. But again, in a lot of the tight streets and frameworks, this is not completely efficient and can often lead to more pollutions of the Kibana watershed. Looking at the strategic plan first, the site is located on the Upper Kibana, like what Ryan was presenting before. So in close proximity to the Ntoto Mountains, which creates a very extreme topographical nature of the area. So during the strategic planning phase, the team had looked at certain kind of implementations of infrastructural nodes across this space, as it is less connected than the more central areas of ADDIS. But in addition, working with the steep topography as a way to organize the mobility and the resources of the site. So specifically looking at the chosen site in this area, this is an aerial photo with this large street is Ntoto Street, which leads up to the church, and the Ntoto Mountains in the back, and the Kibana River running down. So the site is really in between these kind of different features. Some of the sections reveal that there is quite a steep topography, especially as it moves closer to the river. And this has created an informal building and addition to the area. It's not the densest areas of ADDIS, but its really tight street configuration makes it difficult to implement some traditionally larger centralized infrastructure systems, such as sewage piping or getting in large dump trucks and having a large disposal site for its residents. As it is mostly residential sites, there are not many kind of public programs apart from some on Ntoto Street, some restaurants and some clothing stores, primarily with a medical center in the south. So it does remain kind of disconnected from that more active urban living sphere that could be. Then studying more specifically what these conditions were, the first step was to kind of get an idea in this residential settlement, what are some potentials for public space and public amenities. So we started diagramming a kind of 100-meter radius and picking vacant lots to see if implemented in these areas, could there be a kind of a robust and complete service of public amenities such as bathrooms or a bank or a park or anything that may be needed within this space in a more networked way than an isolated instance. Then some of the drainage patterns were mapped to get a sense of how the natural open drains actually led the water, often polluted water, to the river without really any interception. And third, something that was a little more informal of a research, but still very important, is understanding that in a lot of these areas, the street is not just kind of an organizational tool, but it's a living space. It's an inhabited space with a lot of different programs implemented. So this kind of narrative of a shared space was important to keep, while even when pushing an infrastructure project, the shared nature of the spaces was pretty important. So this concluded in a proposed site plan of this area with selected vacant lots based on the earlier analysis of potential public and infrastructure nodes. So these would be spaces with primarily an infrastructural purpose with an addition of a public amenity. So for example, there could be a freshwater source with the addition of a public bathroom, or there could be a park with a composting bin on it. So in each case, the kind of the shared nature of a social and an infrastructure space was very important to keep in mind, as this whole system built with both social and civil kind of infrastructures. The population is about 3,500 from our estimates, but this is also taking in account that with the growing density of the city, it will increase at a large rate. In addition, the streets were kind of redefined as two categories, a blue street and a green street. The blue streets took in charge a new kind of draining pattern for wastewater, while the green streets allowed a more ecological infusion of kind of natural groundwater filtration and just accessible green spaces throughout the urban fabric. So first, how the solid waste treatment was managed, is essentially decentralized. So instead of relying on the one major waste to energy plant, using each of these nodes as a collection site and a local material recovery facility, most of the waste can be accounted for. At 60% is compostable. A network similar, using the same network, a kind of a strategy of placing compost bins and having a local collection of waste can provide a more resilient system to treat solid waste. Then finally, when those collections, after those are collected at the local sites, they can be brought to a material recovery facility, which will separate the materials into packaged, recycled kind of units, which can then be used actually as a resource for a microeconomy. If a industrial kind of business in the area would like to buy in bulk some scrap metal or some plastic, they can be used in that way. At a larger scale, once on this site, it's explained in that way, but it can be deployed across the Upper Cabana region as separate decentralized areas, each of them working with their local material recovery facility. And this is assuming that the slow mobility path now also becomes a kind of an infrastructure route for building a resilience, but altogether as one larger system. For the wastewater treatment, instead of completely redefining the systems, we thought it was important to look at the current conditions of wastewater management and kind of redesign how they work. in perhaps a more efficient way. So the isolated moments of pit latrines and septic tanks can be connected through existing open drains or through piped infrastructure to be gathered and filtered and treated in a more efficient way. So I'll go first through the wastewater treatments within the different scales of the site. At the small street level.
To interrupt, but just pick up the pace a little bit if you can.
Yeah, sorry. I'll go through this a little faster. At the small street level, the current open drain system can be retrofitted and connected to those isolated points. At a larger street system, it's can be piped and then brought to a more centralized treatment facility. And then again, the smaller streets feed into the larger streets. So it starts building a system bit by bit. The public nodes can serve as those points of intermodality between the smaller streets and the larger street, perhaps with a secondary treatment unit. Finally, bringing it to the material recovery facility, which can also be paired with an ecological wastewater treatment system using a kind of a wetland as a natural filtration system. So for the specific intervention, I focused on that landscape element and kind of designed a integrated material recovery facility and filtration wetlands to kind of conclude that terminal of a treatment system. So as I said, the material recovery facility is integrated into the landscape and will sequentially kind of separate and bulk materials before shipping them off on that slow mobility path that runs next to the river. And just tugged away right next to it is the ecological treatment of wastewater that slowly flows water through a sequence of different plants and through an aerobic filtration can clean the water before letting it back into the river. So for the solid waste system, as I said, it's a pretty standard kind of process of different machinery that separates the materials before it is sent along down this slow mobility path. For wastewater, there's different points of kind of a treatment types. So perhaps in some cases, a gravel deposit can be used to slow down the water. Perhaps submerged plants in another area where there's maybe a heavier toxicity, and all in the end to let it back into the river. And finally, these kind of systems built together created a sort of formal pattern, which served as a kind of a formal background to set some public recreational programs on. Perhaps these facilities could be a base for an actual urban occupation. So the spaces in yellow on here represent recreational spaces, and the green represents a kind of smaller scale amenity that might be necessary in the area. So here's just a section of what that might look like with the material recovery facility really just kind of built into the landscape. And right alongside a kind of a wetland treatment with these retention walls serving as that formal kind of a guide to how it works. Axonometric, it kind of becomes ambiguous where the facility is and where it is just an occupiable public space that starts integrating not just the river, but the streets around it, and a different kind of experience of what these facilities are. So just zooming in at a detail, perhaps there could be a soccer pitch kind of integrated in it, And similarly, towards the end, I was looking at a more specific scale of what these programs could be, what they could provide, and what really could be built following this process in this system. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Elliot.
Thank you, Elliot. I don't know where you are in the world, but yeah, where do I start? This is it's a very technical project, no? There's a lot of technicalities that I think you've tried to explain to the best of your capacity in a way about drainage and sewage and all of these things and waste, no? But I think that I was asking where are you because we're Ruben has put us amongst 3 continents, the US, Africa, and Europe, no? So obviously I'm gonna talk about, I work in Africa sometimes, but I also am European. So I'm gonna come back to start from the European perspective and then go back into your project, no? I think one of the things that is more expensive to do in urban design or in urban terms is infrastructure. Any kind of infrastructure is expensive to invest, no? So it requires a kind of critical point to the project, no? Either investment from government or investment from higher organizations. But then when we look at infrastructure in a sense, no? If we look at any of, as a partially academic hat, we tend to look at research, no? And sometimes when we look at research, we look at how people plan drainage, how people plan waste, how do you resolve these problems, no? And you look at the London plan of the cholera, or how Barcelona or Haussmann or any of the big European 19th century plans, no? Starting from Haussmann in Paris to the Castro plan in Madrid, and then in 1851 to the Cerdà plan. They all actually look at the outbreaks of cholera, at the outbreak of disease, how disease and how water and how drainage is so important. No? And if we look now at everybody here with the COVID, access to water, access to facilities is really, really a key point from top-down approach, which all these plans I'm mentioning to you from the 19th century. In a certain way, they just don't look at how to make waste go. They also look at the concept of the street, of widening the street, and the concept of a space, no? How much space we have between all of these people, no? And that becomes really, really quite critical from a sanitation point of view, but from an urban point of view, because the two of them are intrinsically connected, no? And that became very clear with the COVID in the UK. They found that Black population and Asian population had, in the first COVID, March 2020, much more deaths. And then there was a report done by Doreen Lawrence, Doreen Lawrence for the Labour government here, who was talking about inequalities. And it was talking about 5 generations or 3 generations living in the same place, which goes back in a certain way to the 19th century European industrial city that needed to be reformed, that needed to be changed, that needed to be added. No? And there's a very good book by a very good urbanist from LA called Mike Davis that talks about the kind of traditional Victorian housing and how this situation was. No? So I think that's something which is critical, right? And I think you do it very well because I think you do it in a very technical way, right? And going back to the introduction of Ruben, no? About this image of the map Ruben saw about the rivers, no? You look at the city from the rivers. There's meandering rivers everywhere, right? There's this kind of thing. And of course, what is astonishing in a kind of African context is that the wastage, no? Of course, if you're in an informal settlement, you put a crack wherever you can, you know? You're not gonna have a drainage system that helps you. So I think your prayer was very technical. You went on and on and on to all the technical things. But I think that was good, right? It's good that you have to obviously resolve it from a technical perspective. But what I like is when you mention the street, no? When you suddenly take this picture of the street and you take these colors and you talk about the blue street and the green street, right? And how the street life becomes so important in this context. And that for me is an absolute wealth of the project, no? Or a strength of your proposition. That then you close then at the end when you try to connect these streets with these spaces, no? Which could be more developed, which could be more evolved than what you present, but is key, no? To me. I would recommend you to look at a book by, I don't know where he's from, a guy called Abdul Malik Simon, who talks for the city yet to come, no? And talks about this kind of streets in Africa, no, and how they're an infrastructural system in its own right, right? But what I like about it is that you think very hard about this. Elliot is your name, right? Yeah, Elliot, okay. You think very hard about it, very technically, no? And then I was listening in detail, because I mean, here is like 7:45, you know, I have the cat, the child, you know, we're trying to all kind of, it's late. But I think in detail, because, you know, precision is required. We're architects, we have to precisely look at things. And I thought, okay, his proposition, he's looking at analysis. The analysis is very clear. I think that's a key point, not just in Addis Ababa on that side right now, because we don't have the money to really create the systems, but the systems have to be created because we are in the pandemic that we are, no? And you see what this is going. But something I like about your proposition is that you don't try to impose a system on top of an existing informal settlement. What you try to do is to analyze that and say, with what I've got in this context, I can add another layer and make it better. And I think that's very strong from a propositional point of view, because you're not coming here and say, tabula rasa, that's what I'm imposing. You analyze what the conditions are, you look at how that is in detail, and then you propose. And I think that's a very strong thing about your work, in my opinion. Absolutely. Then going back to the final drawing, no? I think I quite like when you talk about the street, no? I would encourage you, Elliot, in the future, to draw more of this kind of streets, right? To kind of, your project was very technical. And I was very, very taken by that image of the street with the colors and how you at the end try to put it together. So to be playful, I think is one thing I would say after this project, no? That is so technical. Be a little bit playful with that last proposal, because you start being playful there and say, oof, I'm going to put some soccer here, right? You know, and I remember one time traveling around South Africa, the kids playing soccer. Everybody, I mean, I love soccer, you know, I mean, you know, who doesn't like, some people don't prefer golf, but I like the soccer. So I think that's a really playful thing, and it's a really good thing, and it's a kind of, you know, I think for me what is key is how do you connect the street with the drainage, how you propose this drainage system on top of the existing layers, not removing the layers, but adding another layer. I think that's a clever move. I think you're super technical, so technical that I could think you could go away and write a PhD about wastage system and your proposition, because I was like, really, your presentation was incredibly detailed. And I think that's to congratulate you at the same time, because you really nail it to the point. And then I love also when you get those notes, no? And you try to expand and make it bigger and explain how that works. Because without drainage, without this, there's no urban project. You know, and also the other thing I was going to mention, and I was going to go back to a Danish architect, which is now in his 80s, young girl, it's about these activities, no? How you using the project, not just from an infrastructural point of view, but to try to regenerate the area and the street. I think that's really, really quite smart. Next time you present, I would say, have some lapses when things are not so technical and are more projectual, yeah? So if another time you present, have like a little, you know, the human brain after an hour is gone. So if you do a pitch for a client, right, you have to kind of utilize this. So something I would say is to, like, pick your points, right? Pick your points where it's really designy, and that's okay, and it's really technical, and jump between them, right? Rather than start. I think there was another gentleman, Hugh, which was like, hey, wrap up or whatever, you know. So just from a presentation point of view, but it's required, and you know, that's why it's great to see university projects. And again, I would commend your professor Ruben for the diversity of the work, no? Because I think what I'm really enjoying as the evening goes through, because here is like 7:45. I don't know where you are, Elliot. You know, if it's in the US, you're probably 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. But what I love is the richness of the work. And it doesn't look like undergraduate work to me. You could develop that final project in a more refined manner by connecting better the street with existing infrastructure that you propose. That would be my critical point of view. You ran out of time because your brief was about something else, so you've met your brief. But I think if I would have to be critical, that's what I would say. I like the soccer place, but I think with all the thinking you've put for that, I think you touched something quite critical. I think what I'm liking about the creed, I mean, Ruben invited, the last creed was my birthday, and I said, look, I'm not here because it's the 29th of October. But what I really like is the diversity of thought and also the richness of thought. For God's sake, you know, this is a serious project and serious architects. Now you're all presenting very seriously, really what I consider an outstanding amount of really good work. And I also think it's good also that you have to create from somebody in the country and somebody who doesn't know the country. You know, like I think it gives you a little bit better flavor because me and Efrem are in different places. So we're looking at this from completely different point of view. Application would be how this could be, I think you need to think very carefully because the application of your project could be really critical for other African contexts. Yeah. And other informal contexts. Could go Latin America, etc., etc. Remember years ago in the Spanish Biennale of Architecture, where a Brazilian architect was telling us how they put this kind of infrastructure that you proposed in informal settlements in Brazil, you know, and how that created the streets, and the streets were created through that, which is precisely what you also look at. So yeah, thank you very much, Celeda. I really like your work. So very technical there for me. Was I hate that, yeah. So yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you again. Am I available?
Yes, please.
Okay, good. Yeah. Thank you again, Elliot, and for the presentation and the reflection here where was also very nice. Elliot, you picked a very good topic, and the challenges of those solid waste and liquid waste is increasing in the city. As population increases, the solid waste and same time liquid waste generated increase, and associated challenges will remain very challenging, and there is currently a central landfill now. There is a burning site that generally converts the waste into an energy, roughly 25 megawatt hour produced from the waste. So now the waste in the city is already is taken as a resource. So there are different individuals, young individuals in the city, collecting this waste from every corner of the city and collect it and supply it to a system. There are some collection sizes here and there identified by the municipality, waste spaces, riverside, and the like. So from those, they collect to the main center where this energy is produced. However, this energy generation alone is not sufficient. So the proposed idea, particularly for very dense neighborhood and informal settlements, collecting and taking out this waste into the chain could be a very challenging task. So this scattered solution proposed by Elliot I found it very interesting because most of the areas here in this part of the city are not accessible. So collecting and taking out to the central place to burn will remain to be a challenge. So one solution cannot solve the heterogeneous challenge of the city. So alternate solutions of this type are very appreciated. So it can be implemented in similar neighborhoods, including the one that this area, this ADDIS proposed. And also it creates job for different people, and the waste that the fertilizer also is useful for the urban agriculture that we see it here and there. It is useful compared to usage of inorganic fertilizer. So this also help the urban agricultural task to be more productive. The way the things also proposed for the liquid waste is also very useful, as it reduces pollution challenge, river pollution and the like. So again, it's a very useful research and alternate set of solution that the city can really learn more, or the subsidies can adopt for to mitigate problems of the city. With this, I pick these very important considerations, and I appreciate the work. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Alona and Efren. Great work, Elliot. Thank you so much. The next student will be Clara.
Hey guys.
Hi, Clara.
Hello.
Hey, just sharing my screen. Give me a second. Okay, here we go. Okay, hey everyone. My name is Clara Gardner, and my project is located along the upper Cubana River, like many of the others, a little south of the French Embassy, for anyone who knows where this is. So of course, to understand my project, we have to understand the important issues and the current issues that exist already in this area. So one of the primary issues is the housing crisis that exists in Addis Ababa. Currently, approximately 80% of residents live in informal housing. Many of these residents live near the river, which puts them at a high flood risk. Furthermore, these houses, which are primarily made of mud and wood construction, are not equipped to handle these extreme conditions, such as flash flooding. Flooding, of course, is a major issue, especially for communities that live close to the river. Here are examples of four types of flooding, but I'll get more into it a little bit later. One of the major reasons that flooding occurs is because of the lack of green space. According to data, about 40% of flooding and landslides is attributed to loss of green space as the city expands to accommodate the rapid growth of population. So we can examine these issues at different levels. And for example, here we can see the effects of climate change at a level of the country scale. And here is a kind of an overall analysis of the different types of different types of flooding that can exist in Addis Ababa. By examining the flooding in more depth, we can see how tenuous certain housing situations are, particularly near the river. So zooming into the city level, we can see that this scale of flooding, at this scale, it's evident that flooding is heavily linked to topography and the location of the rivers, as well as the more localized land cover, soil types, and construction interventions. Zooming in again, we can examine the Upper Cabana region itself. Areas of high flood potential lie near the rivers, many of which are highly urbanized areas. Currently, the city has a buffer of about 15 meters. However, this is not enough to account for the flash flooding due to heavy rain in rivers. So about 30 to 90 meters is more preferable for the buffer zone. The areas that are the highest flood risk along rivers and these that are highly urbanized residential areas, these are in red, about 4,652 buildings were found in this river buffer zone. Majorities are made of wood or mud construction, which is highly vulnerable to flood damage. Zooming into this area, area 5, we can see around the site along the river and the specific flooding situation is referenced in this area. We can also examine the sign of the flooding, including the buffer zone and the proposed buffer zone, which is also the extent of the flash flooding, which is the lightest blue. Going into the proposal, here is a view of the site from Google Earth. By zooming into the specific river meander here, the aforementioned issues can be more clearly analyzed and addressed. First and foremost is an understanding of the flooding that will come primarily from this river bank, from this river here. Because the area to the south here is rather low and flat compared to this northern bank, the river will flood towards the housing and settlements in this area. This can obviously be extremely dangerous in flash flood situations. This type of situation is made even more tenuous by the type of housing that these informal settlements use, primarily wood and mud constructions with reinforced metal sheets. And this quality of building lies in stark contrast with the more formal, sturdily constructed buildings on the northern bank. So you can kind of see here the different types of roof lines that helps indicate the different types of construction. And here is a drawing. You can see kind of just more specific color scheme. So the river will flood this way to the south along this meander here. The proposed site plan is informed by these two major ideas: flooding and the quality of housing construction. Due to the poor housing quality that is vulnerable to flash flooding, it made most sense to redesign the area while maintaining certain aspects of the current neighborhood. As such, the logic of the proposal is structured by the existing streetscape. Here we can see the hierarchy of the different streets. The primary street is the darkest, then followed by the secondary and the tertiary streets, which are the smallest. The proposed site plan reuses this hierarchical typology and uses the streets, specifically the major ones that are pre-existing. So this one, these that are going perpendicular to the river here. These pre-existing streets act as boundaries for phases of construction. So here you can examine the phases of construction starting in this northern part here with the darkest hatch. This is where the construction will start because it's at the highest risk. Water from the river will flood this area first, coming this way along the river, especially during flash flood situations. This area of the river is also the most shallow, and the south bank becomes higher as it moves further south. So this area is higher than this area, so water is going to be less tenuous situation here, though it's still at flood risk. Here's a ground floor plan of the proposal. The redesigned neighborhood takes into account the flooding. Terraced street space helps slow the flood water from the river, and the buildings themselves are raised to allow for the flooding. This also allows the area under the buildings to be used during the dry seasons. In Addis Ababa, many streets have informal street markets. This practice could be continued while the buildings and platforms above offer much needed shade. Here is the roof plan for the proposal. The size of these buildings was informed by the more formal buildings that currently exist, specifically the ones down here. This is an elementary school. Essentially, this proposal overall creates a safe space with affordable housing and areas of commerce by replacing the river banks and embracing the inevitable flooding. By examining the site in sections, some of these ideas can be further examined. Close to the river banks are the terraced green spaces, and then these help slow the flash flooding, and then further away from the river outside the buffer zone are the buildings that are raised above. Here you can see how this side is a lot steeper, so that's why it's going to flood to this left area. By zooming in, we can also just examine the wetland ecology itself, from like the upland and the forest and the types of ecology found there down to the river. Here's an outline of the site that shows the streets and how they're outlined by these alley of trees that just wrap around the buildings and offer these pockets, similar to actually to the buildings here that then have these streets here that have like pockets that are they meander sort of too. And then finally, here is a view from the northern bank looking towards the site. This could show how much higher the north bank is from the south and why the southern bank would flood first. So this is just a perspective. Thank you, and I can answer any questions.
Thank you, Clara.
Thank you very much, Clara. I really enjoyed your presentation. So I think for me, it's kind of interesting that that's on housing, right? Because it's such a kind of difficult topic, no? In a way that particularly when you have that kind of situation of 80% on, or whatever it is, an informal settlement, you know, it's a high percentage of people living up informality. And sadly, that's the way the world is going, right? In the global south, sadly, more and more people are living in informality. So in a certain way, there's no point in romanticizing informality. It is what it is, and how can we make it better in different ways? So I quite like the fact you touched on the housing concept. I quite like the fact that you look at the flooding connected with the issue of housing. I thought that was the bit of your program I quite like, you know, that kind of that you are trying to connect with that kind of landscape in terms of your proposition. Well, I found interesting about your project, and it wasn't intentional, was the fact that I found it quite kind of linear project, right? A kind of very clear linear architecture, which in a way, for me, has an interesting language with what's going on there, right? You know, in a clear way. So you're proposing something which is kind of terraced and linear and is ordered in a way, in that kind of disordered informality. And I thought that was interesting, no? As a language. Maybe it wasn't intentional, but that's how I perceived it in a way. I think one thing I would like you to think about is how the program could be enriched more programmatically, no? I think in terms of program, you could push yourself a little bit harder, connecting it back to some of the questions you raised at the beginning of your presentation. I quite like the fact that you are looking at different flooding and you're trying to respond to that from an urban perspective. So from an urban point of view, I think that is the strength of your work, no? How you try to respond with a project to the build form into that kind of landscape to make sure that flooding, you know, it's incorporated into the brief of the program. I quite like your astronometric. I quite like your sections. You know, I thought the presentation was very clear. I thought it was very clearly put together. I like your drawings. I would like to see a little bit more of how the streets are working and how there is an interconnection. And I'm just gonna tell you what I think. How there is an interconnection between the new proposal and the existing proposal. So I would like to see a section, right, where you show us the existing informal settlement connecting with your proposition and how your project responds to that, right? Because I think that's the difficulty of the context you are playing with. I was thinking about a sentence that a kind of friend of mine said to me one time about informality versus formality. No? There's a Venezuelan architect which I met in a conference before this COVID thing started, called Alfredo Brillenberg, that is from Venezuela but from New York, and he used to work in this company called Urban Think Tank. And in this situation, he said, "Oh, what it would be really interesting is what the informal city can learn from the formal city and what the formal city can learn from the informal, right? And what I mean is that in the formal city, if you take Europe now, or take Spain, where me and Ruben come from, no? It used to be a country where people were on the street, so they get out or whatever, and suddenly now it's much more rigid, right? So there's a lot of lessons that you can learn from the informal that you can incorporate to your formal project, and from that formal, connect to the informal. I was going to ask Ruben, how are we doing for time? Because I look at you looking around and I was going to say, are we okay for time, or are we running out of time? How are we doing for?
No worries, no worries.
No worries. Okay, fair enough, because I'm not worried. So, Clara, I think for me, I don't know where you are, because Ruben put us in this international Zoom call, so I don't know if you're in America or whatever, but I think it's very interesting programmatically that you stretch it a little bit better. So you stretch that connection between what is existing and what you proposed, and how is the conversation between those two worlds, right? Because it's what I was mentioning before about Brillenberg. I'm not an expert on informal cities, I'm just an architect, but there's a lot of lessons that can be learned from the informal, and the cities states, and the states, something that fascinates me, and that's about the African cities. The first time I look at Lagos, and I thought, oh my God, I'm in a traffic jam going from one part of Lagos to the other, and I think that looks really untidy, it looks really messy. What are all these people doing here? And then you observe, right? And by observing, you realize that there's an existing infrastructure on that microsystem that works very, very well. And the other thing, which is different, at least from my perspective from Africa, and I have never lived in Ethiopia, but I lived in Morocco for 1 year, is that nothing goes to waste in that context. Everything gets recycled. There's always something going on. Okay, sorry, my son is coming behind. I expected that was going to happen at one point. That's Alberto. Now he's gone away. So anyway, sorry, enough. Para. Yeah, okay. Good. Yeah. Alberto, you're being recorded on a video on YouTube. No. Good. Sorry, Clara, about that.
It's all okay.
Sorry, but anyway, Alberto, enough. Te castigo mañana, eh? Yeah, he's stopped now. Thank God for that. No, yeah, it's the time of the day. They've been all day in school and they started. But I really think you need to look at that interaction between the programs and push yourself a little bit harder on that, Clara, because I think that exactly that's the picture, right? Mm-hmm. How this connects to that, right? How is that working with that? And I think you played quite safe. It's a project that works and you play it safe. I would like to see you taking that project and playing it unsafe. Because I think there would be a lot of interesting things that will come out of that. The other thing is you presented really well. That's another aspect about your work. I thought your presentation was very, you were very lively, you were very engaging, and I thought that was really good because it made us, and it was quick and it was to the point, and I thought that was quite good. It's also very important for architects. How do we present that one proposal, right? So I think that's a skill that is necessary. But yeah, I thought you touched housing, and I thought that was kind of very, very important. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I apologize for the improv too. He doesn't realize this is going to be in YouTube. So the day he gets married, I can go back to this video and say, look, Alberto, when you were 9, you were running around doing silly things, on Tulane University. But anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Clara, for your presentation. And again, where reflection were also very good. The problem for this squatter settlement can be regarded as, and theoretically it is good. One big challenge that I can see is how to make it happen. This on reality is a big challenge because of land ownership and other related issues. I mean, this informal settlements house done in a very cheap manner, and there's no title deed and things like that. So even if there is plan for formalization, who's going to finance it, and why government decide to do settlements in locations like this remains to be a big challenge. Like the plan from the government side, 50 meters buffer should remain green. But in practice, of course, this is a new regulation. Already people settled in that buffer zone already, as already demonstrated on the Google image. So ideally, it can be proposed, but to implement this thing into practice, the problems that I have already mentioning about the title deed, the government green buffer plan and things are the main bottlenecks. Otherwise, from design point of view, the proposed idea is interesting, but from other information point of view, this is the big challenge. That is how I would like to reflect for the proposed idea and implementing this into practice. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Alona and Efrain, and thank you, Clara. Of course, great work.
Thank you.
Well, our last student of this first session, Laura.
Hello, good afternoon. I'll just share my screen. Okay. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Laura Gonzalez, and I'll present the intervention proposal today. I will start by briefly explaining the two main issues this intervention will be addressing: water pollution and lack of facilities. Water pollution is very common in the city of ADDIS, furthered by factors such as industry and agriculture. Industry creates the most waste, while the urban agriculture suffers from the consequences of water pollution. The current waste management system and flooding patterns aggravate the river's condition and ecosystem. The waste management system also lacks in its reach and efficiency, creating an excess of waste around the riverbanks, which is then washed away during the flooding seasons and affecting all the residents along the riverbanks. The lacking sewage system is also a major problem in the city, as only 7% of the population is connected to the city system. The residential areas of the city have their own systems. However, that most commonly means that there are open canals and pipes that simply run off into the river, like shown in some photographs I will show later. Most of the waste, both solid and liquid, comes from households and residential areas first, and industrial areas second. Onto the lack of facilities and connections in the city. This map shows the patterns of commerce in ADDIS. You can see that the blue shades show the local smaller sized commerce, which is more informal. This means that some are not stores, but rather people along the street selling their goods, like in the picture here. This commerce also reaches its immediate surroundings only, as the connections between neighborhoods is not substantial enough to centralize smaller scale commerce between neighborhoods. So here you can see how people are located selling goods around the street, but they have no formal place to do so. For the master plan our group designed a few weeks ago, some goals and guidelines were developed for the coming urban interventions to target ecology, connectivity, and opportunity. The red circle highlights the general area in which this proposal is situated. Zooming in on the site, the existing conditions show the current situation on the river's ecology and the topography of the area. In these pictures, you can see how there is an open sewage that runs downhill on the street towards the river. This area, lined in red, shows the space in which the topography is sloping down into the river, but it is also barren in terms of vegetation and the like. So here you can see in these images. This other map shows an analysis of density and commerce. Commerce shown in red, cultural spaces shown in pink, in relation to the neighborhoods. The commerce that lines these two streets is isolated from any other part of the community, and the smaller roads to the houses have no connection in the larger scale. There is a need for the neighborhood to have a public space for recreation and gathering, as well as a commerce of the area, shown in red and pink dots. The current bridges are not only of poor infrastructure, like the one pictured in the slide, but are also a center for pollution. So the riverbank ecosystem suffers, as you can see in this picture. These are sections on the existing topography and density of housing. As you can see, there is an opportunity to utilize that uninhabited space to create a set of terraces that have multiple purposes I mentioned before, while connecting the community. The idea for this project started with the goal, like I mentioned before, to connect the two neighborhoods that are currently separated from each other by fences and the like. So the gray dots are existing commerce and the street. There's an opportunity to create a long street that would go from one highway to the other, guiding people to the intervention and towards the other neighborhoods. Along the street, public program can also be placed in plazas or ecological infrastructure to capture and retain stormwater and create a green corridor. When it reaches the hill downwards towards the river, it turns into a terrace system that cleans the water and mitigating the impact of water pollution downstream. The proposal is now shown in this map on a large scale. This project proposes 3 conditions for the community. 1, a blue and green street to connect the houses along the street to a localized liquid waste and stormwater management system. 2, which is B, for the core of the intervention to be centered around market spaces for the public in the platforms along the terraces and ramps, while this terrace system works to clean the water using gravity as it goes down the elevation towards the river. And 3, to redesign a bridge that allows people to explore the market and terraces while reaching the other side of the river and the small plazas on the other side as well. In the green and blue corridors, this intervention proposes a series of rain gardens in the unused open plots along the street to have some commercial program, but also increase the green space in the neighborhood, like shown in this detailed sections. These diagrams also show how the street is divided and organized into the rain gardens as green spaces, the organization of the stormwater bioswale, and the pipe that runs down the street, and the sewage water pipe. These waters would go to the pre-treatment deposits shown in the diagrams in the highlighted buildings, then be headed towards the terraces. In this other slide, I highlight the more urban or infrastructural aspects of the street design, like the existing and proposed commerce spaces, the program found in the sidewalk expanded for commerce at the start of the street, and the proposed circulation for cars and walking people for cars when they happen to pass through. And these sections show the commerce pavilions with its rain gardens and its connection to the street. Now we zoom into the core of the proposal, the terraces. These play along the existing topography designed to slope down very slightly in order to respect the elevation changes towards the river. These 2 diagrams show the path the water takes on both sides of the river, and the second shows the pedestrian pathways and the main market buildings in relation to each other in hierarchy. You can see the separation of the separate structures the water will flow through, reaching the river. In this zoomed in plan, the design of the project is in further detail. You can see how the intervention then becomes a public space to be used as a walkway along the river and a place for any sort of small scale recreation. The terraces open or close up, playing with the existing topography, as I mentioned before, to allow for a plaza or pavilion space for the public, and of course, market spaces. In this axonometric drawing, you can see the design of the roof and wall structure of the biggest market building. The play of height in the roof with each column are reminiscent of the mountains of ADDIS that you would be able to see in the distance, but they are also able to catch and guide water downwards into the water deposits and water treatment pools. The doors along the light walls can slide through the whole structure, so there's an opportunity to open it into a big plaza with a roof or close it into a building for indoor program. This section represents the project at large, and the details explain how the intervention would be organized, with a substructure for walkway and vegetation for the people walking through to see, as well as the layers for the terraces for cleaning the water. This perspective is placed right outside the main market building with no doors in sight, moved to the side, and people are moving in. This next perspective shows the view of the project from one of the ends of the project. You can see the river, all the terraces, plants, and the proposed bridge in the distance, as well as the other side of the river. This last perspective is like looking back on the project while walking on the bridge. You can see all the benches, all the market spaces, and of course, all the roof structures and the people under them, as well as the mountains in the distance. I will finish my presentation with this slide showing an axonometric view of the project, where I've put in as many detail as I could possible to depict how the project is envisioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Laura or Laura, how do I call you?
Either way is fine.
Either way, okay. I wasn't sure, no, because Laura Isabel González, I call you Laura Isabel, right?
Yes.
I call you Laura,
Yes.
or Laura, whichever. I actually think the last drawing is a really good drawing, right? And I think you should have made most of the drawing, right? I think it's just like you put it at the end, but it's a really good piece of work. So you should use it more in another time that you present it. So, okay. It was a very clear presentation. You really knew what you wanted to do. You presented very, very articulate. You presented very, very well. And I also felt in a way the idea of the market and the idea of how you work that with the context of the site, you know, because you don't have a kind of flat site. You have a kind of site that meanders like that. And I really quite like, in one hand, the simplicity of how your project is, but in other hand, how you connect all these different elements together nicely. I think that's really quite, it looks easy, but it's not that easy, right? You know what I mean? You really have thought this through very carefully. So I commend you on that. I thought that was really good. You know, like how you said these are the issues I found with that part of the city. There's flooding, there's this, there's that. And that's how I'm looking at it. So I thought that was really, really well put together. I also thought you really, I like the layers drawings, you know, this kind of drawings where you saw different layers of things you are trying and intentionally to do before you come to your final project. I thought that was quite powerful in its own right. Even though it looks simple, it's not that simple. And sometimes less is more, right? And then, you know, I like that breakdown of A, B, C, which I have to say was a bit confusing. Maybe another time you can say 1, 2, 3, or this is A, this is B, this is C, because I was looking in the B, you broke down in 3 parts, right? You know, and you were breaking it down. But I thought it was very thought through, Laura. I really like the fact that you really presented very naturally, but it was very clearly articulated what you wanted to do, how you wanted to do it. And you make it sound really easy and sound, but it wasn't that easy and sound to project very clearly. So I really like that. I thought that was really, really good. I also felt in the technical sections, maybe think a little bit about some of the foundations you propose, right? You put them there, think a little bit more carefully about the construction of those different elements and platforms, no? Because there was a little bit of over-engineering in some parts of it, right? But I'm going back to the last drawing, no? And to the last kind of sets of drawings. I really like this drawing that you put at the end. And I tell you why. I like it because you put the kind of market, and the market is very important because it's connected to the economy, no? And it's connected to the creation of jobs, and it's connected to people. So I think that's an enrichment of the program, no? That you're trying to provide a platform for those communities to do a job and to survive in a pretty difficult and harsh environment. And I like the way you put these platforms connected to the existing informal settlement with this kind of streets that you create and different platforms, and with that kind of bridge, no? I think it's very, very well laid out together from an urban point of view. You have the market, you have the streets, you have the bridge, and all trying to connect to that landscape. I think that you do very, very well. Yeah, you have a series of ingredients, you try to connect them, and you playfully put there. So that's what I really comment about your work. It's a good urban project connecting different urban elements to tie back to a series of challenges that that site and that brief sets you to do, that you do very well. So, you know, I think that's really good. The thing I'm going to be critical, because I have to be critical, obviously that's the purpose of, we were debating last week, what's the crit, and the crit is a crit, I mean, I used to be butcher in the crit, but sometimes they also give you a good crit, right? So I was thinking about markets, no? The market in Spain is an institution where me and Ruben come from. Where I'm from in Bilbao is the biggest market in Europe. So the market is not just a place for food, it's also a social gathering, right? And I was thinking there's a market in Barcelona by an architect called Benedetta Tagliabue, which used to be the wife of Enric Miralles, a company called EMBT, which is called Santa Caterina Market. And it's a market who, like, your project has a lot of roofs, and the roofs come in different ways. But what is interesting about that project is that she used tiles to put on the, I don't know how you call it in English, decking of the roof, to give color to that part of Barcelona. And I think where you could push yourself a little bit harder is into how would you develop further the materiality of these structures? How would you add color or maybe different materials, or how would that be in the detailed design element of it? Yeah? Or is it just going to be very simple, maybe? Maybe you just want a very simple structure of local things, That's my question to you, like I would like to see the detail of some of these things and maybe be playful with color. I mean, last week, I remember seeing a presentation of an architect I invited from Belfast, and he was talking about industrial units, which were all gray, in a part of Belfast. And all they did was just they added bits of paint and color to it, And I think it makes it really interesting. There's also a Madrid collective called Boa Mistura with paintings, everywhere. I mean, they put this, the walls are gray, so why this shouldn't be pink, So my advice to you, Laura, in the next project you take, is to be playful, right? It's just to have a bit of fun with it, right? And I think you'll be surprised, because I think as a subject, when we look at urban context or urban propositions, we're working with layers. But what happens in between the layers, right? What happens in between the landscape and in between the water? What happens in between the roofs and the ground, And one thing I would say is think also, because you talk about market, and market has to do with people and the transaction of goods, right? Yeah. And different cultures transition goods in different ways, right? So my question to you would be, how does the market adapt to that community then, right? And I give you a very simple example of market. When you buy jewelry in South Africa, you look at the stones. When you do it in Morocco, you weight the silver, because it's not the amount of jewelry work that the piece has, it's the weight of the silver. So every market has a different function wherever you are culturally. So I would be interested to look at some of the narratives, you know, who are, you know, who would be the person who lives in that house, who suddenly gets, you know, one of these market stalls, and what is he going to sell, or what is he going to do, right? So that's two things I would say: be playful and look at narratives in the next project that you do, or you know, when you look at this. I think one of the important things about crits is the fact that you get someone that doesn't know your work or doesn't know you, giving you a different perspective that can make you rethink your practice in a certain way, or rethink the way you look at things. The same way I learn a lot from this crit, because you tell me a completely different way for me to look at the world, or to look at wastage, or to look at markets. Yeah. So it's a learning process for all of us in a way. But I really enjoyed that work, and I'm sad you're the last one actually, because I'm really enjoying Ruben strangely this late afternoon before Christmas of reviews. Actually, I'm really having a great time with it. But fantastic work, Laura, and you presented well, and that's the other thing where I want to be critical. This is one of your best drawings. So what is that drawing doing at the end? Please, you know, utilize it more next time, right? That's a really good drawing. And I love the way you say, don't all the detail. Well, maximize the bloody drawing. I'm sorry to swear, but maximize it. That's part of your best work, you know? So that's what I would say. Don't shy away. And I mean, if you are, I mean, I'm Latino woman, I showcase my thing first, you know? So don't be shy, right? That's a really nice drawing. It's a beautifully put together drawing. It's very subtle. You have very few colors, very well put together. So that should be at the beginning, maybe, of when you break all the sparks, not at the end. I know you want to put it at the end, but it's something that can help you explain your project. So therefore, you should utilize it to explain your project. And I mean, if we go back to one of our very well-known architects, Rafael Moneo in Spain, he has this fantastic axonometric of the Museum of Roman Art in Merida, which is the drawing of the drawings, you know? So if you have a really good axonometric, utilize it more.
Thank you. Gracias.
De nada.
Thank you, Laura, for your presentation. I would rather be specific on the proposed neighborhood plan, since I found it very interesting. On all, the presentation was good, and here it gives emphasis on the water pollution and stormwater related plan. It says sewage and storm water pipe generally discharged into the river at the bridge, and one of the biggest challenge in stormwater management in ADDIS. Stormwater gives big potential for water resource if it's properly managed, but always it often mixes with sewage. So, solving this problem with design support is very crucial, as water remains to be the future challenge of the city. So detailed design solution coupled with constructing it properly on the ground will help the city a lot in resolving its growing challenge of water supplies for the city. So I really appreciate that part. And the community amenities and facility proposal with the three sections of market and commerce, sanitation, and public spaces, and its detailed also very carefully designed proposed neighborhood plan. The third one was the connectivity. Connectivity was also articulated well in the proposal. So I appreciate the neighborhood plan proposed, since these things are doable and in line with municipal or the city government direction. So this can be upgraded and can be implemented. This is my reflection for the study in the proposed plan of the research. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alona. Thank you, friend. And of course, gracias, Laura. Buen trabajo. Well, Laura was just the last student of this first session of the morning. Guys, I don't know if you can just turn on your cameras 1 second. So what I would like is just to first to congratulate all of you and then to thank to our guest reviewers, Alona and a friend, Dr. Alona and Dr. Efren.
I hope we've been good enough for this, because I came unprepared. You know, I got your message last night. But I hope we've been useful to your students, you know, and to you, Ruben. It's been a real joy. I mean, I have to say, fantastic work. I'm super impressed with the quality of the propositions and the work. I mean, I haven't seen Hugh Jackson, Cheryl, haven't seen some of the other faces that were coming in and out, but I really thought it was very strong cohort of student work. I thought it was really well presented, put together, drawings, research. To the point that I felt it looks more to me like postgraduate work, Ruben. I mean, I think a really amazing project, amazing students work, fantastic stuff. So I'm really delighted to have been invited. I mean, it's been a real pleasure, and also to meet Dr. Efren in Addis Ababa, whatever, you know. I hope one day we can meet in person. I was actually looking what is Benavente in Zamora, you know, because I know very well Valladolid, another city in Castilla León and Salamanca, but I've never been to Zamora, so that's maybe something I do next time I go to Spain. But I really like the work. I thought the project was really rich. And actually, something I was going to say is that I thought it was like a puzzle. You know, each student took one different thing. And I think what it would be really beautiful is to put it all together. I don't know if you're planning a publication or something, Ruben, but I thought it was really good to put all of these different topics of housing and wastage and flooding and many things together. No? I thought that would really be very interesting. And the other thing I would like to say is they responded very well to a foreign context. I thought that was really well done. The research was really solid. The proposals were solid, and I think that's a difficult thing to do. So yeah, and Merry Christmas. You know, I hope that you all have a really great time. I mean, with your families and get a really Christmas break after all that hard work. And I apologize for my 9-year-old son Alberto doing the monkey. You know, I'm sorry. I try to control him, the cat. And, you know, I noticed also that he put his name in my Zoom, right? You know, I'm being recorded with my son's name, right? Kids take a stage sometimes, that's the thing, but really enjoyable, great and enjoyable session. So I'll be delighted, Ruben, if another time you want me again, and with Dr. Efren, more than happy to return.
That's the opposite, Alona. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. Dr. Efren, would you like to say a few words to wrap up this session? Dr. Efren, I don't know if you can hear me.
I was wondering maybe if he had some problem with the connection, Ruben.
Sorry?
I was wondering if he had
Yeah.
maybe
Okay.
problem of
Do you hear me?
Yeah, we can now. We can now.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I had some difficulty. Yeah. Now the day is about to turn. We started yesterday, and now it is already today after midnight. Because here almost quarter to midnight.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
It was very good session. I found almost all the work very very well done, neat in the idea, the flow. Yeah, I was very much impressed, and the field work that most of the students did. They understood it, the context very well. So that really impressed me. So I believe that the situation will continue like that, but from all the presentations that I saw, this is the reflection that I had. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much. Thank you very much. And Ruben, fantastic work. I mean, I think you're very lucky to have Ruben, because if that's the work you produce, I'm amazed. I'm really impressed with your quality of work. Amazing stuff.
Just the opposite. It's just the opposite, Alona.
Sorry?
I mean, I'm very happy to have these students. So
they're amazing. I'm like, wow.
The work is their work, and they are really hard working. So.
They're really hard working. I was gonna say not just hard working in terms of their projects, all of them, but also the presentations. They present it really well and really thoroughly. So it's making me feel jealous. But I'm not gonna say any more than that. I thought it was really, but that's what's nice sometimes to see different schools and different creeds, because you see a completely different way of people working and presenting work. And I actually thought it was really nice, because I work mainly with cities, so it's nice to see the urban context and the water. No? I think it's really nice that you're working with water as a part of architectural elements for your work. I thought it was really, but fantastic. I mean, Clara, Laura, Elliot, Ryan, and Alec.
Alec.
Fantastic work, all of you. You should be very pleased with your work, everyone. It's one of you. So.
Well, once again, thank you, Alona.
Thank
you, my friend, for your time and your generosity. Thank you so much.
And see you soon, and Merry Christmas, everybody. I hope you all have restful and great Christmas, and all the best wishes for the new year. So.
Likewise. Merry Christmas to all of you.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, Dr. Efren.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Merry Christmas. Bye. So now let's have a break, guys. Okay. And then we come back again at 3. Okay, 3 o'clock. A couple of minutes before. Okay. Laura, you will help me then later with the timing, right?
We will end this review at 6, Ruben.
Yeah, at 6.
At 6.
Yeah. Okay. So anyway, great work again. Okay, guys, let's have some rest, and then we will see us here again. Okay. See you. Hello, David. How are you? David, nice to meet you.
It's a pleasure. Hi, Graham.
Hello, David. Good to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you guys both. How are the reviews so far?
Fine, fine.
Fantastic.
They have been just half of the students, and it has been fine. I mean, we have seen 5 projects. And now we have the other half of the students, 6 projects, and I think that you will enjoy it. This is the first session they enjoy the projects.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I don't know if you are here. Please, could you turn on your cameras? So what I would like is just to start, this is right now 3 p.m. with a presentation, with a short presentation, a short introduction of about the studio, especially for our guests, for David and Graham. It's the presentation. Okay. Okay, so let me just share my screen. Okay, can you see my screen? Yes.
Yep.
Well, the first thing I would like to thank to our guest reviewers, David Rifkind from the University of Florida and Graham Owen from Tulane School of Architecture. Thank you both for being here today, and thank you for your time, for making time. The general framework of this project is based on the rapid growth of Addis Ababa, the capital of Ethiopia. Now, as you can see here on this slide, the Addis has doubled its population in the last decades, and the projections, the idea is that it's going to double also its population again in the coming years. But not only in terms of population, the city of Addis has grown, but also in terms of in a physical way, in terms of urbanization of built-up areas. You can see here also in the last decade, in the last 2 decades, Addis has doubled also the built-up area of its urban fabric. And on top of that, we also have climate change. That is something that we are starting to experiment, and they are starting to experiment. As you can see here, what they are experimenting is an increase of almost 1.5 Celsius degree in the temperature, and also the big events. By big events, I mean rain and drought seasons and events that they are going to be, we don't know if they are going to be, the prediction are that they don't know if they are going to be more or less, but what we know is that they are going to be more erratic and more intense in both cases, Then this is the map of Addis Ababa. Actually, this is the map of the zoning, of the current zoning plan of Addis Ababa, but we prefer to see like this. I know that David knows very well because he was there in Addis teaching also. But as a different, for example, that we have in New Orleans, that we have just a very big, a river. In Addis, what they have is all these big amount of small rivers and streams, And also the relation between the city and the water bodies is not just because of this kind of homogeneity in the urban fabric of the city, but also is related to the foundation of the own city, because the existence of some hot springs in what is nowadays the city center of Addis was one of the most important reasons why the Emperor Menelik II established or founded the city, the capital of Ethiopia in that specific place. You can see here on this slide those hot springs, and the back part the first palace of the Emperor Menelik II. But the relation between the city and the water bodies nowadays is this. Most of these rivers and streams are just like open air channel where everybody just throw everything there. So the idea of this research studio is trying to change, trying to flip, trying to change this situation, the current situation, and give back to the rivers that front facade or that important that had especially at the beginning, of the city, and always through urban strategies or architectural strategies, as you will see on the different projects. This idea is also kind of aligned with public project that is called Beautifying Segel project, that is run by the federal government and by the city government, that they are trying also to recover the rivers, but the objectives and also the ways to do that are totally different in their case and in our case, as you will see by seeing the projects of the students. As I mentioned before, and as you can see here on this image, this homogeneity that we can see on the relation between the city of Addis with the water bodies help us just to focus on one specific area. Instead of working on the whole city, what we will work is just on a specific area. In our case, we selected the Upper Kebana River, as you can see here on this image, that is coming from the north of the city, from Entoto Mountains, to the city center, to what is nowadays the city center, that is the Peacock Park, very close to Meskel Square, that is there. And the idea is that all the strategies that we will suggest or we will design for this area, due to this homogeneity, can then be implemented, exported to other parts of the city and also to other cities with a similar relation between a urban fabric and a water body. This is the third iteration, and this is a research studio. This is the third iteration that we are working on this research studio, Addis Ababa City Project. We were lucky the first one to travel to Addis Ababa. The second and the third iteration, we haven't been able to travel there due to this pandemic situation. But what I would like just to highlight with this is also that what we are doing is working on top of the previous work, especially in the first stages of the first steps of the project, in those ones that they are more related with the research, because from the very beginning we divided this research studio in 4 different steps. A first one that is an analysis of the current situation, that we analyze the current situation at continent scale, country scale, metabolic region, city, and then the Upper Kebana river scale. Then the second step was just to establish our own diagnosis. Which one are the most urgent problems that we architects and urbanists we can address through our architectural and urban designs, And I will just show you the 5 main urban issues that we highlighted. Then, in a third step, what we started with the propositive step, and we have designed a strategic plan for the Upper Kebana region, for the whole Upper Kebana region, in a group way. And then in a fourth step, that is what the students are going to explain and show today. There are these small urgent interventions, let's say, that there are in some cases more related to a urban perspective, in others are more architectural, in others are more landscape, but all of them are these 4 steps that in this case all the students develop them in an individual way. I would like also just to say that this so today, what we are going to see is just this last step, even though the students are using on their presentation part of the previous step, part of the analysis, the diagnosis, and the strategic plan. So you will see just something, but just to manage a little bit more the timing, we consider that we can just focus only on the 4th step. So that's why the students have had like 8 weeks to develop these projects, because the first part of the studio was more related with the research and the strategic plan. And also I would like to highlight that most of the students are undergraduate, well, all of the students, sorry, are undergraduate, and most of them are 4th year, and I think that 3 of them are 5th year, And I guess that also Graham knows most of these students because maybe he has taught also some of them. This is like the cloud of these urban issues that we have highlighted. And what we are going to, I mean, in these 3 iterations, what we highlighted are five main issues, 3 related with water, water scarcity, water pollution, and flooding in both urban and river sites, and 2 related more with the lack of what we call lack of connection between the city, but also connection between the city and the river, and then also lack of facilities, especially basic facilities, no? And that's what the students are addressing in their project, no? And this is just also one slide that is summarizing this strategic plan, where we also try to develop this urban plan for this Upper Kemana region mainly from 3 different perspectives: from an ecological one, another from the mobility, and another we call opportunities, no? That is more related with this kind of basic facilities that the students are trying to implement in their projects. So that's all from my side. I don't know if David, Graham, do you have any questions?
No.
Just to recap, Ruben, pardon me, David. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying I had no questions. Thanks.
Okay. Ruben, you said a moment ago that the strategic plan addressed 3 main areas, I think: ecology, mobility, and opportunity. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, when we work on the strategic plan, we try to focus mainly on these 3 perspectives, no, to work on that. But even though the students will show the strategic plan today, due to this lack of time, we prefer just to focus on the individual projects, even though they will refer to that, to the strategic plan.
Okay, and this drawing here seems to show some foci, some points in the city where you've suggested greater emphasis on particular issues.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, and are the students' projects located according to these different circles that we see here?
More or less, because this strategic plan was done before, then later they design their individual proposals. So what we need to do right now is just to update, no, in this case the strategic plan, no, with the new proposals, with these new proposals, and also the previous year's proposals, no.
Okay, thank you.
So I won't share my screen. And what we will do right now is each student, I know that I send you a content board, so most of the students have uploaded their work there, so you can just check back and forth some of their slides. But what they will do is they will just share their screen so they can explain their project, no? And then at the end of each student, what we will have is we can just stop and we can just have some feedback from YouTube. So if you don't have any other questions, David and Graham, what we can do is just to start. Hugh?
Yep. All right, so thank you, Ruben, for the introduction, and thanks to our critics for joining us today. I know we're all really eager to hear your feedback. My name is Hugh Jackson, and today I'm going to be presenting the urgent intervention that I've developed at the later half of this semester. And the title of this project is Public Spaces in Flooded Places, and that's because the 2 topics that I'm dealing with are flooding and public space. And the project is attempting to design a system for public space and the organization of that emphasizes a decentralized green infrastructure to deal with stormwater management. So yeah, one of the two issues that we're going to be tackling is flooding. This is flooding happening on the surface of the street. And the streets have a special status in Addis Ababa where the streets are the primary place for public space and public activity to happen. So as you can imagine, flooding here is not very good for the city. So this, starting off at a larger scale, at the scale of the city, these drawings examine flooding and which areas are most at risk for flooding based off of a topographical wetness index. So between the northern point of the city and the southern point of the city, there's actually a kilometer of elevational difference. So flash flooding is a pretty big issue in the southern parts of the city. This is the same data, but looking at the scale of the upper Cabana River, and as Ruben mentioned, this is going to be the area of focus for our studio and our projects. And this was the master plan developed by our studio earlier this semester, and the box highlights the area that I've sort of used as a lab for testing different strategies for implementing urban space. And this drawing is the first step in doing that. So this is a figure ground map of the aforementioned area that shows the private spaces blocked off in a darker gray tone, which reveals the potential public spaces in a nice bright white color. So these are all the potential areas for civic space and the accompanying stormwater infrastructure to occur. And then superimposed on that, I included the flood risk data set. So you can see these two spines are a river, this one, the Upper Cabana, and this, its neighboring tributary. These are the places where the surface flooding is the worst. And of the same area, this is a satellite image just to give you a little bit more context. So starting off with the network of streets proposed, I took the most important voids and sort of thoroughfares from the previous figure ground and decided that those would be places that would be most beneficial to develop a street. And I came up with a variety of different street types and subtypes at a variety of different widths to account for the irregular nature of these streets. They're not all of a consistent width. So we have a variety of sizes to deal with and pretty generous sidewalks on either end of every street to absorb irregularity. And this is a closer look at the same drawings. So we have boulevards, which are a type of street that we implement to account for high volumes of traffic. Green roads, which have a high amount of green space to account for a high level or high volume of stormwater. And I should mention each of these street types includes a bioswale of some type. Some are bigger, some are smaller. But this is an essential part to the street types as it's the core of our decentralized green infrastructure. These are channels to push water forward into different parts of the network. But as it's doing that, the water will gradually re-infiltrate into the ground. And yeah, some smaller streets types for more of like the alleyways between private enclaves, some that we're allowing for cars to drive on, and some that we're designating for just people. And the cursive X that's showing up in these drawings represents a pixel, which is what we've been calling the various types of urban infrastructure that we're going to implement in these zones that it's designated to. And as you've noticed, like these are all pretty typical street sections. And then we have the exception to the rule, which we're calling a river esplanade. And this is, these are the rare occasions where a road runs parallel to the river, pretty much uninterrupted with pockets of riparian buffer. So yeah, that's another typology we'll explore. So yeah, the green boulevards, as I mentioned, these are high volumes of traffic. So we have two main spines for them. Then the green roads, these are much more common, and these are a way to get around the neighborhoods and also primarily a place to collect and infiltrate stormwater. Green paths and streets, these are the alleys between private enclaves pretty much. And as I mentioned, some of these we can designate to only pedestrians, as they're not super important places for cars to be in, a better use as public space, in fact. But some of these are sort of important ways of getting around. So it's important to include a space for vehicular traffic. Then this is examining the river typology of road. And within this site, this is where that occurs. So within this network of streets that I've just described, there's the presence of nodes, which are other gaps in the urban fabric that aren't necessarily streets. So sort of more points of potential public space, and of those types, we've identified a few spatial types. So first of which are intersections, and in this form, they're primarily roundabouts, which we're going to propose an intervention for later on to use up more of this space. Then there are urban pockets. These are interruptions in the urban fabric where the street extends into a block. Then these are public spaces, which are essentially the same thing as an urban pocket, except they're occupied by some kind of public building. In these cases, these are churches, but it could also be something like a school. And then the bridges, which are the intersections between rivers and roads. And these are points where we have the opportunity to discharge stormwater into the river. And I mean, that's where stormwater is discharged into the river currently. Yeah, and then just another general type is recover the river. This is the tributary that runs alongside the upper Cabana that I mentioned before. The only difference is that this river is a lot more shallow and faces a lot more encroaching urban fabric. So that's another one of the goals in this proposal, is to recover that riparian buffer. So within this network of public space that I described, we needed to come up with a system to populate these public spaces with public infrastructure, and not just public infrastructure relating to stormwater, but public infrastructure that in general enhances the urban activity already occurring in the streets. So yeah, I came up with this system of organizing what I call pixels, which are just little modules to populate the streets and nodes with infrastructure. And of these, there are three types: recreation, commodity, which deals with the exchange of goods, and ecology, which pertains to water primarily, and then also other biological things. And these are just simple little parties of what these pixels look like in plan. So as I mentioned, the recreation, so places like a pool or a playground for children to sit in, some seating, a drying place for clothes to dry. Laundry is a pretty big practice in the streets of Addis Ababa. And then some playgrounds, ping pong tables, tetherball, all that. Commodities, these deal with the exchange of goods. So things like waste collection, compost collection, rainwater collecting pavilions that can then redistribute rainwater, etc. And then ecological pixels. So these deal with plant life, water, etc. So we have laundry basins, sanitation facilities with bathrooms and showers, places for urban agriculture connected to water, and then orchards for trees to grow. So when you take these basic programmatic elements, you can combine them and synthesize them together, either to create just a bigger space. For example, a water pavilion could grow to double its size, or you could come up with a more specific, more tailored program. So a rainwater pavilion could tie into a sanitation facility and develop one connected compound, or a smaller rainwater pavilion could connect to a washing basin and a drying rack and create a laundromat, something like that. So these pixels are all organized around the bioswales, represented by the dark green in this image, which are the main backbone of connecting these spaces. So in the streets, the pixels occur parallel to the bioswale. And then in the river roads, the river itself becomes the bioswale, and the pixels run perpendicular to it to make a connection to either side of the road. So implementing the strategy that I just described on this test site, this is the result. So in this illustrates a few of the different types. So a bigger road, green road, a smaller green street, a green path. And then here we have an intersection of roads, which is a node type, the intersection of river and road, which is the bridge type, and then a fluvial pocket with a river esplanade along it, and then an urban pocket that in this case houses a football pitch. And there are a few other urban pockets here, this one with a basketball court, and this one with some urban agriculture. You might be able to spot a few more. But yeah, like as I mentioned, the bioswale acts as a spine to string together these urban pixels. And this is a diagram examining the flow of this. So in this site, this intersection is one of the highest points. Water is deposited into this water plaza from the north and then distributed to the east, south, and west. So this is an axon examining this water plaza that occurs in this intersection that we've converted to a more conventional intersection from a roundabout to activate all of this space. In this case, on the periphery of the intersection, so it's not cut off in the same way that a roundabout would cut it off. So yeah, the water comes in up here and is redirected through this water plaza to these other branching streets. In the dry season, these plazas can be used as places for public space, but as you can imagine, in the wet season, they're used for water storage. Then this is a look at the soccer pitch just to the south of here. So in all of the urban pockets, we try to include a generous bioswale to account for the space occupied by the tile, which in some cases could be hardscaped, like in the case of a basketball course or tennis court. So this is taking a closer look at the bridge, and the important part here is the terraced bioswale that filters stormwater as it passes through the system and then is discharged into the river in a very controlled fashion. And then the last node type here is the fluvial pocket or river esplanade. So here, as you can see, the pixels are implemented in a perpendicular way to the bioswale, which is in this case the river, to bridge over and to make connections while also activating the space. And then this is a look at what all of these different systems look like when they start to work in conjunction with each other. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Hugh.
Thanks.
Ruben, you'd like us to comment on each student's work individually?
Please, yeah.
Okay. I have a couple of questions at least for Hugh.
Sure.
Can you tell us where the water table is in this part of the city and how that affects the rate of infiltration?
No, I cannot tell you that. I know that the soil types in this part of the city are primarily clay and a little bit of sand, so they're not very conducive to infiltration. And if I were to take this project a step farther, I'd probably start to examine the types of soil and the strategies that I implement in the bioswale. But the water table in general is sort of different in ADDIS than other cities. And that's because I described the difference in elevation is so drastic that dynamic's just a little different.
And did you say there's a kilometer difference in elevation, 1,000 meters?
Yeah, that's not an exaggeration. That's a fact.
Okay, is this area of the city particularly steeply sloped?
I mean, not in particular. I have some topography in this image that shows shows that a little bit better. But in this case, each topo line is a meter. So it's not particularly steep, but the entire city has some rough terrain.
Okay, so you're depending more on infiltration of water into the ground rather than gravity flow off the site.
Yeah, and that was the decision to go with softscape in decentralized over hardscape, and centralized was a matter of the city being super big, and also soft infrastructure, decentralized infrastructure is easier to implement incrementally. So that's part of that decision.
Okay. Now, if I understood you correctly, the pixels, the various programmatic pixels, are on the line of the bioswales. Yes,
that's correct. The bioswale is pretty much an organizational spine for the
right. Right. Okay. So when there is heavy rain, should we assume that some of these pixels have surface water on them, and that changes how they are available for use?
Yes, it does. It does change that. And I tried to show this in the section a little bit, but essentially the bioswales are going to be the thing that fills up first, then the pixels second, and the roads and modes of transportation third.
Okay. I'm going to suggest another drawing type, which I think would be worth adding to your very good presentation, which I appreciate and admire. You've got sections, as you show here in your typology of streets, and you have plans, and you have some three-dimensional views. I'd like to suggest you add section obliques, projecting these sections, showing several different conditions over time, which is to say dry, flooded, and recovering from flooding. Because that might help to present an answer to my question, which is what do people do? How do they redistribute their activities when the pixels, the programmatic pixels, are temporarily compromised by surface water in a flooding event?
Yeah, that would be nice to see. Definitely a next step.
Yeah, I agree. It's a really terrific proposal, Hugh. Can you go back to the plan of the whole area?
Sure.
I'm trying to also locate myself here. I'm just trying to figure out what the landmarks are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do you know which roundabout that is?
Yes. I'm trying to think of a way to describe it easily. I can show you on a bigger plan.
That would be great.
Yeah. Okay, so that one, this is a little diagrammatic actually. Let's go back. Okay, so yeah, so this is the roundabout in that site.
Okay, and so the roundabout is, oh, okay, so you're east of the Gebby.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. No, I was just trying to figure out where you were. It's a little, oh, I know where you are. Yeah. So you're on the way over toward like there's a bunch of embassies to the east of you, right? Like the British embassy and so on. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, actually that area is pretty steep.
Yeah.
It's I mean, and just by way of historical context, the thing about those bridges is that the first bridge over the rivers in ADDIS was built by the Russian embassy after a diplomat drowned trying to cross the river, because the rivers they're deceptive, right? They're not very wide at all. The banks are very steep, and they're these sort of very narrow little mini gorges. But when the rainy season hits in our summer, they do get they get pretty treacherous. But yeah, so I mean, the area is steep. And as you mentioned, I would say also that the issue of soils is not as significant as the issue of paving, which is what you have identified. I mean, the problem is that far too much of the city is paved or there's roofs, right? So between buildings and roads, there's just nowhere for the water to go. And since it is so steeply sloped, the water doesn't just sit there in pools. It just goes gushing down the road. Each road becomes a mini river. And there's, some time in every day over the rainy season when just stuff stops. There's nobody moves through the streets sometimes. And what you're proposing, I think, is really powerful, because by turning over so much of that paved area to surfaces that can percolate water, but also to bioswales that will take an extraordinary amount, like not the same as a regular meadow or forest, but an additional amount, I think is really good. And those retention areas is also really interesting too, as a way of transforming the roundabout, because the roundabouts are very inefficient uses of space there. They're really inefficient in terms of space use. And turning it over into something like that can also function as public space is significant. And that was a thing that I wanted to ask about, because I mean, there's a couple of things that I'm interested in. One is plant species, and the other is the difference in use between the wet and dry seasons. Like, what are these spaces like? How are they fundamentally different during the half of the year when it's, or the more than half of the year when it's not raining?
Yeah. I think I'm definitely going to make those drawings too. But in the case of the intersection, it's pretty clear, because these are spaces for water to go in the rainy season and activity to happen otherwise. And then with the case of the soccer pitch, for example, that's why I tried to include such a large bioswale on this, is so that the space can still be used in the rainy season. And that's also why some of these pixels are a little bit elevated. So even if the entire field were to flood, then you could still use the amenities that are on the periphery of the field.
But the issue of plant species, I was wondering what you've thought about with those. I'm sorry, I was interrupting you. You're about to talk about this next axonometric.
Oh yeah. I mean, well, I can talk about plant species a little bit too, and really, I mean, like, we haven't done any like in-depth research onto like which species are better or worse for rainwater absorption and stuff. But some of the research I was doing was with ADDIS's issue with invasive species. So trying to use like the eucalyptus tree problem there is pretty out of hand. So trying to use organic or not organic, local species for that. Yeah.
Well, and the thing about the, I mean, so the histories of the place. I mean, that the city is essentially named after trees, right? And the eucalyptus has that fascinating history of being introduced in order to save the city. Its chief problem, I mean, because it's the major building material, it's the major fuel source for fires, for cooking and heating. But the major problem with it is that it's a very thirsty plant, and it has lowered the water table significantly in Addis by basically sucking water out of the ground. And this is the issue, is that because of basically the tropical seasons in this place, that all of the native plants have adapted to this cycle where you get a lot of rain for a few months a year and then almost none the rest of the year. And also in a very dry climate, right? Because there's very low humidity. And so plants have adapted to that. Plants like teff, right? Which is the basis of, it's the main staple for food crops. But there are plants like eucalyptus that are not adapted to that. And as a result, they pull out water when they're not supposed to, and they don't pull out enough water when you would want them to. So plant species are an issue. But the other thing about plants is getting plants to survive in Addis is a feat, in part because of pastoralists, that sheep herders, goat herders still bring their flocks into the city. And it's hard to grow street trees when, especially when the goats start attacking them. And so as beautiful as it would be to have a soccer field in a city where there just really isn't a whole lot of grassy soccer fields, this isn't like, it's not whatever, it's not like Boston or someplace, right? It's, or New Orleans. It's hard to get grass to stay there because of grazing animals, and even feral ones. And so what you're more likely to end up with is a very dusty space, which is another problem, right? The problem of particulate matter in the atmosphere, which becomes a public health problem. But then in the rainy season, it just turns into gushing oceans of mud, which then would, and the problem with that, the only reason I'm making a big deal out of that is that the mud will foul everything that's downstream from that,
right,
your system, right? Because you don't want all of that rainwater runoff. So it's tricky. I don't envy you the design process of using the actual like plant materials and things like that, because I think on the whole, it's a really good proposal, right? I like the way that you're using public spaces as a way of addressing the flooding crisis, but it does depend on certain details.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and if I could spend more time on research, I think that would be a big thing.
Yeah.
I have a question about the water retention basins.
Sure.
I assume that the water is going to stay there for a while. It will eventually evaporate. If as David says, it's an otherwise dry climate. But is there an insect problem while the water is standing?
That's a good question. I don't think there is, just because, as somebody mentioned earlier, ADDIS is rarely, or water is rarely like standing in ADDIS because of the topography. So I mean, maybe it is, but I haven't seen anything saying that that's a particularly bad issue there.
If I can interrupt, Hugh, it's also a matter of altitude, because the city starts at about 7,000 feet altitude. Mosquitoes don't grow up there. So there's no mosquito-borne illnesses. I mean, there's really no mosquitoes up there.
Yeah, that's a good point. So yeah, luckily it's a non-issue, and we do get the benefit of just letting water stand like that.
Another somewhat practical point, and I think it relates to David's comment a moment ago. You showed traffic on the green surfaces in some of your sections, especially the narrower streets. And so my question there was, how do you deal with where either pedestrian traffic or vehicular traffic on those surfaces, and how do you reinforce them to bear traffic, especially in wet weather?
Yeah, so in the places where the green was happening at the same instance of a vehicular traffic, those were places of exceptionally like low volume of traffic. And to my understanding, that's the way there are all these new technologies that are pretty much just more permeable paving systems. So that could be something that could represent. But the drawback with those types of things is they're very like weak to wear and tear. So you can only really use them in places of low traffic. So yeah, that was the kind of idea there, was like anywhere where there is not like a high volume of traffic, we could also use a more permeable paving strategy. That we didn't really design that in detail yet.
So we can imagine, in response to that question of mine and David's question of a moment ago, that there would ideally be a set of demonstration sections, perhaps 3D sections. Again, they might be section obliques, showing suggested detailing for crucial moments in this sequence of pixels.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Well, if you don't have any other comment or questions, we can just move on to the next student. So thank you for the comments, and thank you, Hugh. Great work.
Yeah, thanks for the feedback, everyone.
Thank you, Hugh. Nicely done.
Thank you.
The next student will be Avanti.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna share my screen. Okay, well, my name is Avanti and I'll be presenting today an intervention in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. And so to give some kind of premise for the project, I want to briefly discuss the issue of lack of connectivity within Addis Ababa, and specifically around the site that was chosen for the proposal. And the site is actually pictured in this image in the slide as well behind the words. So first is the issue of an inaccessible river. The river is difficult to access in many parts of the city due to steep slopes surrounding the river, and then also kind of just a lack of infrastructure like bridges to traverse the river, and then also the implementation by private citizens of like fences and walls in the area as well. And then also, second, the primary mode of transportation in the city is by foot. And so as you can see, 54% of transportation is pedestrian traffic. But despite this, there's again, a lack of infrastructure that makes this type of mobility pretty dangerous and not necessarily desirable, despite the fact that it is a necessity for most citizens. And then again, just some more facts and kind of figures highlighting these issues with pedestrian traffic. And then these images showing the conditions of the streets currently in Addis Ababa. And so the site for the proposal lies right here on a branch of the Upper Kabana River that is surrounded by kind of three main neighborhoods that were determined in the early phases of the project. And so the neighborhood to the west of the project, like the other three neighborhoods as well, is mostly dominated by these densely populated neighborhoods where there are mainly low-income settlements comprised mostly of mud brick and wood homes that can kind of be seen in this image. There are in the neighborhoods some high-rise condos and other infrastructure features, but mainly it is this densely populated urban fabric surrounding the site. And so just kind of, again, some features of the neighborhood to the north. There is the French Park, which is a large green space, but it's a privatized park, so it's not accessible to most of the citizens that live in the area. And then again, another lack of accessibility kind of in this area to green spaces is the German embassy, which is also a fenced off area that's not accessible to the citizens of the area as well. And then some educational institutions and a power plant as well are some features of this neighborhood. And so next, kind of the existing streets were also analyzed to understand how the site is connected to the rest of the city. So first are the main roads that are larger vehicular traffic roads. And so these are highlighted in yellow in this map. Then kind of a network of secondary paved roads also provides access to areas off of the main roads. And as you can see also on the right, some street conditions are pictured. And so we can see that the streets are used for a variety of mobility and also other functions as well, such as this lady selling fruits. And then last is a kind of network of informal streets that are oftentimes unpaved or gravel streets that provide access to kind of the individual dwellings within these densely populated neighborhoods and between the main and the secondary streets. And then as the primary mode of transportation is on foot, kind of like the walking distances from this crux of the Kabana River were analyzed just to see if there was a connection, you know, what those walking times would be. And this kind of gives an image of the site and its size and accessibility. And so then also lastly, just kind of the ecology of the area, showing at this branch in the river, kind of the topography and how the riparian buffer extends throughout the site. And then again, highlighting the German embassy and the French Park as major green spaces that are inaccessible And we can kind of see on the right some of these conditions of inaccessibility, like the steep slope, and the fences that block access to the river. And so that brings me to the proposal. And so in the black box in this image is highlighted the area within the master plan, so the site that is to be developed further for the proposal within the master plan that was developed with the rest of the studio at the beginning of the semester. And so this kind of more zoomed in satellite image of the existing neighborhood just gives another picture of the site, which is located in and around this fork in the Cabana River. So this is the neighborhood plan as proposed. It consists of 4 main aspects, but they all work together. So the first is a network of, or an extension of the existing network of streets that combines the use of bioswales that can be used to bring runoff water and rainwater into the branch and into the proposal for filtration, as well as extending this, this slow mobility path to the site and into the proposal. And then within the proposal are some terraces that are used for filtration. So this tiered green water filtration system is used to clean the water brought to the proposal by these green streets or these blue streets. And then that water can be used for reuse within the proposal or distributed throughout the city. And then these linked slow mobility circular pathways are used to connect citizens across this kind of peninsula that's created by this branch in the river. And the pathways vary in height to accommodate the steep topography and use ramps for movement across the different heights. And then centers kind of shift to allow for more or less space depending on the circumstance, and to allow for some programmatic elements that are seen in the number 4 in these public facilities that are some covered facilities that can be used by the surrounding communities. And the circular shape is used kind of for its ambiguity and its ability to be applied elsewhere along the river. So the idea is that this could be a modular concept, and these paths and this filtration system could be used elsewhere. And this also helps to provide extra surface area for water filtration, the shape is used. And so the water filtration aspect of the proposal consists of 2 tiered systems that exist within the circular pathways. So the dirty water is brought from the streets and through these bioswales. Then it is collected in these deposits that are also, that serve as access from the surface level to the site, as well as this deposit area for the water. And then from the deposit, water is pumped into the rings for filtration. And so we can see the kind of journey of the water from this darker, dirtier color to a cleaner, more filtered water. And then the resulting cleaner water is then stored in storage tanks where it can be sent back to the surrounding areas or used within the proposal for the programmatic building elements as well. And so that is one aspect of this project. And then the other half as well. So these linked terrace systems are kind of, there are 2 of them that are used for this purpose. And so then just kind of a further zoomed in plan showing where also the sections will be cut in the project. And so this long section cutting through the main cluster of rings shows kind of the variation of heights amongst all of these different linked pathways. It shows the terrace system alongside the kind of walkways that are used for pedestrian mobility, and also shows the accessibility of the river by some of the lowest of these circular rings as well. And then another section here shows, and with some more detail as well, just showing again those connections between the linked pathways with ramps, and then again this terrace filtration system, these programmatic elements that could provide some access to water for the citizens of the surrounding area, and yeah, and then the relationship to the river as well. And we can see kind of how these pathways are used to traverse the steeper terrain that is has to be navigated in the site. And then this axonometric view also just elaborates on that as well, showing the path from the street and then into these deposits that are also on the surface level, provide access to the site. And then the gradation of these terraces just kind of showing from the highest point to the lowest point where the water is filtered the most. And then these programmatic covered elements as well. And then finally, just a perspective from one of the upper rings, showing the variation of height and the programmatic elements as well. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Avanti.
It's a very impressive presentation. Once again, thank you, Avanti. Very nice drawings. My first question is, do all of these circular pathways have to be in place for the water filtration system to work?
So some of them are, so any of them without the terraces are simply just for mobility and to provide some more space for like a public space. But I guess that would depend on like the level of cleanliness of the final water. So I think just the more terraces there are, the cleaner the final product will be. But I think if this were to be moved somewhere else in the city, it would just come with the, caveat that depending on how many terraces there are, there's a different level of cleanliness that can be achieved in the water.
Mm-hmm. So I'm asking that because I'm wondering about feasibility. This is a fairly extensive piece of somewhat sophisticated concrete construction, from what I can see from your drawings. And so I'm wondering about the capital investment that would be required, about the cost of the labor that would be required, and whether it could be built in pieces, in phases.
Yeah, I think that would definitely need to be, like, if when the project is developed further, that's something that needs to be examined, kind of like the ability to construct this in a modular way, and how the circular shape would affect, like the feasibility of the project, I think, is definitely an aspect that hasn't been considered as much.
It would be interesting to see a temporal drawing, that's to say phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, showing how much is built, how much filtration goes on, what connections are provided for mobility, and over what time frame one might imagine such a project being completed.
Right, yeah.
Avanti, where does the water enter the project before it starts the filtration?
Sorry. So that is like, I guess a little bit less clear in axonometric.
Actually, go back to the axon. It's much clearer there. Just just point to like where would water enter.
So the idea is that these walkways are like placed. So the concrete construction is like a 3-part thing. Then so underneath these walkways is hollow, and so where water needs to enter and then be pumped into these terraces, there would be some space between the walkway and the bottom of the concrete for water to enter the project.
But is the water coming across those 2 circular plazas?
So the water is deposited in these. So that's less clear in this drawing, but it's actually a deposit that is like a cylinder. And so water.
But where I'm sorry, how is it getting there? I mean, talk to me like I'm as dumb as I really am. Like, is it pouring off of the street? Is it coming out of a hose? How's the water getting there?
Idea is that it's collected in these bioswales along the street, and so those collect runoff like from the street and rainwater, and then those are then kind of like fill these deposits, and then that water is sent into this terrace system.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think that's one of the sort of the weak links in this project is is really just, well, one is about the volume of water involved, right? Because the rainwater in Ethiopia does come gushing down from May to July, August. I mean, it just comes down torrentially at times, right? And then there's other days when it's just raining a lot all day long. And but it's a lot of water, and it comes gushing down those streets because, again, these streets, basically everything gets funneled, and suddenly the streets are like little rivers. And so there's an intense amount of water, and it's entering sort of the whole diagram of what you've done is to let water enter the project, I think really at two spots, right? On both sides of this project, there's really two spots where the water would enter these rings, and it's coming through relatively narrow areas. So you're depending on all that water that's coming down the street to then sort of funnel into your project. And I don't think it works according to the diagram that you're showing. Sorry about the dogs. It's about the diagram that you're showing is that you're showing basically like a whole like system in which water comes in from these two little points. But remember that this is connected to other systems. Essentially, in addition to the riparian network, there is the artificial riparian network, which is the network of streets that just keep pouring water down them. And you're connecting to that at just these little points and sort of like in a very delicate way. I think that most likely what you'll end up with is the need for something that's just much more robust, right? And more like this kind of a diagram where it's widest to where you're taking it off the street and it gets narrower and narrower as it gets into the project. But I'm not sure, right? And then also as far as the depth of these things, remember that water is gushing into them. For water to filter, it takes time. It needs to be held. And so there's really just a little bit of water compared to what could be pouring into this. So that was one question I had about it. Another just has to do with the efficacy of the circle as a diagram for this process, because it's both for people to move and also for water to move. Mm-hmm. And so if those flows are better defined diagrammatically as a line, right? Because people move across the site, water moves across the site. For me, the circle is interesting because of its, I think you mentioned it as an ambiguous form, right? I think that was a term you used, that you can go left, you can go right. What motivates the water to go one way or the other? Is it the slope? Is it some kind of sluice gate? And I don't know yet that I'm convinced by the logic of it. I'm not against it. I'm just not convinced yet that there's a logic to the whole idea of how people move across this. I mean, the people moving across it, I have no problem with, right? Because I don't see this as the shortcut to work. I see it more as a leisure space, and I'm totally on board with that. And it's aligned with the movement to build new parks in ADDIS, which over the last 10 years, they've been investing significant amounts in the construction of public spaces, parks for recreation, where you walk in a way that's not directed on, going to school, but instead it's the ambling, right? It's about the walking itself. That's totally cool. But for the water underneath, that's the part that I'm kind of ambivalent about. Like, why is the water sitting going around the edges of a circle? Because the problem with that, just from a functional standpoint, is that water's got to run downhill. And by making it a circle, you're basically reducing the slope as much as possible inside the device, if that makes sense. So there's some weird things about it. But the bigger thing for me is the conceptual thing, because it's as a park, I find it absolutely fascinating. I love this idea of these rings that also, each of which kind of focuses on a space, often one that you can't enter, right? Because you're hovering above it, which is also interesting, right? It's exactly what you had said about the river at the beginning, is that you can't access the river physically because the banks are too steep. And there's no way to get down there safely. So people don't go down there, or you don't go down there in a recreational way. You only go down there to wash clothes or something. Mm-hmm. So what I'm curious about here, though, is how you can emphasize that the way that you visually access the river, but you never physically access the river, by these rings that are hovering above the river. Like, I find that fascinating, but I want to see that explored more as a conceptual device. What it's like where each of these rings focuses you, but because of its geometry, it focuses you on what's in the middle of it, whether that's a view down into the river or a space of leisure, like in the one that's sort of uppermost in this diagram, whether those are rings that focus on specimen trees, like, some kind of an amazing native species that's preserved as part of this park, or whether it's an area that's given over to something else, like a little soccer practice field. I'd be really curious to see how you treat the landscape within those rings. So that, for me, that would be like probably the most important part of the next step of development, is developing the landscape inside the rings. But again, developing it in a conceptual way. Like, what does it mean to be able to stop in all of your ambulation around the city and focus on this one patch of terrain that's been, transformed by people?
I had some related points, and I'm sharing a number of David's concerns. When one constructs a system which is freeway-like, one also constructs the spaces below the freeway. And so there's a question of how one would use the spaces beneath your rings as part of a park system. I'm thinking of an example in Seattle, South Lake Union, I think it's East Lakeview, where there's a mountain biking track underneath an elevated freeway, which runs along the hill on the east side of Lake Union. But that's a relatively rough kind of activity, where the ground is expected to be undergoing hard treatment by the bikers. Here, one would imagine that you want the park to be more verdant and peaceful. And so it seems to me there needs to be a series of studies of the space beneath and how one descends from the circular pathways to the terrain below and to the river itself, and how one maintains the vegetation below those rings. And it might be that some of the filtered water is directed towards that surface immediately below the rings to maintain it.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think those were both like really insightful comments on how to like further the project, and I really appreciate all of them. So thank you. I don't know if anyone had anything else to say, but really appreciate it.
One other thought, thinking about David's concern about the volume of water as it enters the project. I wonder if there's a possibility that the water could enter circumferentially on the rings rather than at one radial point, and whether you could provide treatment which is radial rather than segmental. You may not have enough length, I realize. In other words, can the water be treated flowing from the outer portion of the terrace towards the inner ring?
Right. Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
It's a good point too, because Avanti, you could, I mean, I like the idea that the path that your foot follows is related to this kind of stormwater infrastructure that you're creating. And I also love, just like, I mean, this is a very different version of what we saw with Hugh, where basically stormwater infrastructure also becomes public space. And I love that. And so it could be that this stuff still stays within this kind of elevated boardwalk system. And at the same time, there could also be a separation too of them. There's one of my favorite points in Parc de la Villette is there's a sunken garden off in the corner of this project. So you know this project, Parc de la Villette by Bernard Schumi, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, I keep forgetting the references. For people of my generation, they're like, everybody knows Parc de la Villette, but y'all are young. Anyway, so Parc de la Villette in Paris, huge park. There's one part where they excavate down into the ground, and there's this whole other like amazing forest that you discover in there. There's a bamboo garden and things like that. But because you're below grade, there's also this kind of amazing point where you walk underneath these huge concrete culverts, which are the existing, I think they're the sewer infrastructure, and they go right over your heads. In fact, you kind of duck down to the point where you can reach up and touch them. And it's wild to see that piece of sanitation infrastructure exposed, because it's always buried. And it's when you dive down into this secret hidden garden that you discover this, and it's kind of cool. You're beneath the sewers. It's like this, I don't know, it's a weird moment. It's kind of like Phantom of the Opera meets Chronicles of Narnia. It's really wild. And I could see something like that also happening in your project, where there's a separation of the pedestrian path, and then this a possibility of discovering this other filtration system that you've introduced. But the one other thing too, I'll throw out a couple of references to work of environmental scale projects by artists. One is by Michael Heiser, who is one of the key figures in the land art movement in the 1960s. He's most famous for Double Negative out in the Nevada desert. But Michael Heiser also did a series of projects, incredibly elegant projects that have to do with rings that are inscribed into the earth and that meet each other at sort of tangential moments. He started it in the 60s with this kind of incredible, it's kind of like a graffiti he made with a motorcycle out in the desert. And then he later sort of formalized it into these really elegant inscriptions into lawns done with Corten steel. There's one in front of the de Menil collection in Houston. Anyway, those Michael Heiser ones are really interesting because of these, in the way that circles meet. But the other person who's been doing interesting things with circles at this scale is Olafur Eliasson, the Danish Icelandic artist. So he's got a bridge in Copenhagen, which is a series of circular plazas that interconnect. And that's, I remember looking at it visually, or looking at photos and thinking, it's kind of goofy. And then I visited it and I'm like, this is really kind of interesting, the way that it creates public space. And Eliasson's an interesting reference just because he's been doing huge projects in Addis Ababa. He is the co-designer of a large museum complex, so with Fazil Georgis in Toto. And so there's something about the diagrammatic quality of your design that reminds me of that work. And so it's worth looking at those projects to see how they resolve formal things. But I just want to say that there is a real formal elegance to this project, especially with the subtle, not asymmetries, but the eccentricities of the circles. I think it's really elegant as a project.
I also did, I guess just for either of you, I had a question. So just kind of the like underside of these walkways is something that I've been kind of like grappling with. And I think part of the reason that I am like confused as to what direction to go that way is because the existing terrain, and I don't know if you remember like the very first image of the site, is very rocky. So it's not like a green space. And so it's not like, that's, I think maybe part of the reason that the greeneries or the terraces are raised, because it's not like that exists on the ground already. So I don't know if you would recommend like adding, like trying to insert greenery into an area that doesn't have it already, or what?
Not there, because the other thing that you found is one of the rare moments where you see the volcanic basalt that the city is built on, right? Most of Ethiopia is incredibly lush and verdant, especially in the rainy season. I mean, it's because you guys have not visited, but it's a surprisingly green country in a lot of it, especially around Addis. I mean, Addis, when it rains, the spring there is amazing. But at the same time, what helps make the place so fertile is this soil that is basically volcanic, right? I mean, the entire country, I mean, Ethiopia is a country twice the size of Texas. That's essentially one enormous volcanic eruption 30 some million years ago, where basically the earth splits open, a couple of miles thick of lava comes to the surface on either side of the Great Rift Valley. And it just stops, right? And that's basically this country. It's why the topography is so intense. And this moment where you see that volcanic rock there in the city without vegetation on it is magical, right? I mean, it sort of gives you an idea of a time register that's much deeper than that of human habitation. I mean, this city is like 120, 130 years old, but the land is 35 million years old, roughly. And so to see that underneath you in these circles is a powerful thing. And if you're looking for a kind of a conceptual basis for your project, one of the things that your project does is that it does resemble archaeological parks, those kinds of parks where you have raised walkways, and like yours with just a few pilotis that suspend these things in the air so that it doesn't disturb the site. I mean, here you'd be able to look down and see that volcanic rock, but you'd also be able to see from those platforms, you'll see some of the oldest buildings in Addis Ababa. These those wooden and masonry structures, especially the hybrid Gujarati and Armenian structures that are around there. So you'll see like this. Those different time scales, the 100-year-old buildings and the 35-million-year-old rock. And from these platforms, that could be really powerful. How you look down and you see one thing, you look up and you see another. It could be really powerful in that way. So it's a way of even interpreting history through this walk. I mean, and that, I don't know, I didn't want to mention this earlier because I didn't want to throw all these other conceptual things out there, but this is the way that I could see conceptualizing this. To bring it back to one sort of thing, to bring it back full circle, if you will, I could see this becoming, okay, let me step back. When you interrupt somebody's walking, you already start to raise questions in their mind. Why can't I just walk in a straight line from A to B, right? And so you're already thinking, okay, so walking is something different. It's not just functional, or there's another function, right? There's a communicative function. So I'm walking around in a circle. I look down, I see one thing. I look up, I see another. And you start to see this dialectic between geographic history and human history, or geological history and human cultural history. And that could be amazing if in the process of walking around this whole site back and forth, that dialectic between looking down and seeing the earth and looking up and seeing the heritage structures around you, it could be a really powerful way of interpreting that relationship between humans and nature. And that could be a way of structuring this. So that's what I mean by conceptualizing a project like this. And I haven't been able to follow your project through this semester, so I don't know if you're thinking along those kinds of conceptual lines, but I could see this project moving towards something like that if it isn't already.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Oh, my pleasure, yeah.
Thank you, Graham and David, for your comments. And thank you, Avanti, for your great work also.
Yeah, thank you so much. Sorry, I need to.
Well, our next student is Michael. Are you there? I cannot see you, Michael. Now, okay, Michael.
Hi, yeah. You guys can hear me fine? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm Michael Clifton, and this is scrolling. This is urban flooding reuse project, and the proposal will focus on creating opportunity from excessive floodwater in the city through means of water retention, cleaning, and reuse through urban agriculture and recreational purposes. And so the two main topics, first off would be flooding. There's increased rainfall, 35 to 50% increased yearly rainfall by 2050 in Addis right now. And there's also at-risk housing, 30,000 residents across the city are vulnerable to flooding. And then there's 80% of residents living in formal settlement areas of kind of poorly constructed housing. And then 10% of residents live within the river buffer currently, which creates a pretty bad overlap of people that live in poorly constructed housing in flood vulnerable areas. So those are two big focuses, housing and flooding. And then along with the rest of the world, Ethiopia is threatened by climate change. The effects of climate change will have on the country consist mostly of an increase in average yearly rainfall, which would directly correlate with an increased amount of hazardous weather events. An increase in rainfall also means bodies of water will begin to rise and flood more often. And ADDIS' projected change in annual precipitation by 2040 to 2059 is going to increase by 60 millimeters. And by 2080 to 2099, it should increase by 150 millimeters. And given the 3 seasons at ADDIS, the most rainfall comes in a long rainy season, Karempt, between June and September, with the maximum being 250 millimeters of rainfall in August. Yeah, there are 4 different types of flooding.
Sorry to interrupt, Michael. Sorry, it's David here. I just have a quick question for you. In that rainfall, what is the average daily rainfall in the long rainy season? Do you know? Or you said it was like 250 millimeters for the month of August.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, it's not a
$250.
important question. I'm just kind of curious because I'm beginning to wonder if my memory is right about just how heavily it rains.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't answer daily, but yeah, 250 millimeters in August. Yeah.
Okay, I can do the math. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No problem. Yeah, and there's 4 different types of flooding. River or fluvial flooding occurs when rivers swell from rapid thaw or rain, which leads to water rising into the floodplain. Surface water floods are caused by heavy rain, which overwhelms storm drains and then collects on impervious surfaces. Flash floods are caused by intense rainfall in a short period of time that quickly leads to fast-moving waters. And groundwater floods occur when saturated water tables rise over ground. And there are plenty of issues in ADDIS which do not bode well when trying to prevent flood risk. Starting off with housing vulnerability, which I kind of touched on earlier. But a study in 2005 revealed that as much as 80% of people in ADDIS live in informal settlement areas. 10% of ADDIS is built with within floodplains as well. And the waste management system in the city is lackluster and leads people to leave solid waste in areas where it does not belong, including the Upper Cabana River. And solid waste will interrupt the flow of water in a negative manner. ADDIS's sewerage system is poor and only includes 2 wastewater treatment facilities. Plenty of the city's residents also do not have pipes because the system does not span across the entire city. And loss of green space in the city is also a concern. ADDIS currently has 1.5 square meters per capita of green space, which is very far below the World Health Organization's recommendation of 9 square meters per capita. The city also loses 4.5 square kilometers of green space annually to urban sprawl, and 40% of flooding and landslides in Addis Ababa is attributed to the loss of green space. This is the master plan we devised as a studio group all together. And the site that we'll be on is around here, this river meander. And some conditions in the proposal for the master plan will be fitting in with, or for the proposal, fitting in with things we defined at this scale, which would include like a slow mobility pathway that will run through the project. The site for the proposal exists along this meander in the Upper Cabana River, located in the midst of the French Embassy, the French Park up here. There's a race ground in the bottom left, and then a hospital and this peacekeeping training centers. And topography-wise, it's a lot higher elevation on the north side of the river meander, and then much lower on the south. And then for relevancy within a city, Peacock Park was studied as it's the closest urban agriculture project to our site. And parcels in the park range from 300 to 600 square meters, which would be the rough range of parcel sizes used in the proposal. And then here's a quick glimpse of the neighborhood plan of the proposal. It's a system of channels that aims to create flow of water from river and runoff flooding through spaces for retainment, cleaning, and reuse of water. There'll also be a restructuring of housing and smaller pavilions created for public use. This is an analysis of flooding before and after placing the proposal on the site. I've seen there are plenty of existing buildings within the river buffer and the flood zones. There's 3 different colors, like the darkest blue would be the dry season, the second darkest blue would be the short rainy season, and then the lightest blue would be the longer rainy season where there's the most water, and seeing the potential for flooding. And then in the proposed version, the flooding area is still the same. And then some of it comes into the proposal, which is kind of an encouraged thing because we want water here. We're trying to reuse it.
So pardon me, Michael, could you go back to that image for a moment? Just to clarify, are you saying that the light blue zone above the river's path would still have surface water on it? In the right-hand proposed flood conditions image.
Above the river, like north?
Yeah.
Yeah, it can flood up there.
Okay, and there are buildings there, but you're introducing new infrastructure.
I'm working on south of the river. There's some connections to go from south to north.
Okay, so you're going to tell us how conditions change on either side of the river?
Yeah, further into the presentation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. This is a section detail of the channel system and how it works, just as like a system within the proposal. It acts as a slow mobility pathway for pedestrians on top, and then below a small platform is the actual irrigation channel that has little gates that are manually lifted to allow for topography or to allow for controlled flow water. The system will also be terraced to play into the topography and also help the flow of water with gravity. And then for a formal strategy, started off by identifying important streets near the site for arrangement of the proposal, as it will help to bring people to the site in the first place. There's 4 streets that branch off the asphalt road perpendicular from the river are highlighted, and the asphalt road is this one south of the river, while Eritrea Street is this one on the north. And then we extend the asphalt road, create an extra branch off of it all the way along the site at the neighborhood scale to help increase traffic to the site. And then the existing streets in between the 2 bigger bordering streets are used to create the initial spine of the proposal. And then those highlighted streets are used as like a jumping off point to create platforms that bridge over the river in order to increase connectivity within the city, while also accessibility and engagement to the site from either side of the river. This will become the initial spine of the formal arrangement. The streets are then used to inform an abstracted system of channels. The range of the flooding are taken into account as well when creating boundaries along the river. And then the parcels are reshaped from the abstraction to account for smarter opportunities to cross the river, different conditions for different spaces outside of the 2 main meanders, and the placement of hard pavement to create plaza spaces. And they're the same size from that Peacock Park study, like 300 square meters to 600 square meters. And then the intended flow of water is shown in this diagram. The process should be retention, clean reuse, though this does not have to be the case, as the channels will be manually operated, allowing for water to go in whichever direction other than up, of course. And it will just depend on which gate is open and where the water is needed at the time. The circles mark inputs where water can enter the system from the river or from runoff water from the city. And the X's mark outputs back into the river where water will leave the system. And there's also gray rectangles which mark these deposits, which will help clean runoff water from the city that do solid waste filtration and chemical cleaning to remove oil and pollution that may be picked up in the streets. Now you've seen the diagrams to the proposal, we can come back to the plan. There is the retention spaces in blue, the more like kind of teal colors, cleaning spaces, and then reuse spaces where there'd be farming and more like leisure recreation spaces. Like there's a basketball court and a tennis court and stuff like that along it. And then there's white spaces, which are just hard pavement, plaza spaces for meeting, stuff like that. And, it would come in phases because it's kind of big, moving housing, so you don't want to do it all at once. So it's existing plan, and then this kind of branch along the meander would be the first part that comes in. and then fill in that space. And then the last phase would be to implement the kind of final branches on the sides, go all the way along. And then this top section is a long section cutting through the two big meanders that we're seeing in plan, and helps to point out the system kind of runs all the way through once per meander. It's kind of like small meander on the left and then big meander on the right. And then you see the degradation here from retainment pools in blue, the cleaning by bioswales in the teal color, and reuse by urban agriculture in the light green. And the bottom section points out the terracing from the asphalt road, and the counterpart on the other side, which has more extreme topography at points like this hill here, and how we'll combat that with the bridge going over and then some ramping to come up. And then you can also see there's the little deposit there for the solid waste filtration below, coming from the city.
So on these sections, Michael, which way is north?
On the top one, you're looking north, and on the bottom one, north is to the right.
Okay, thanks.
And then at the local scale, we see the different uses for spaces. There are spaces for recreation, public enjoyment implemented now, tennis court, basketball court. There's seating areas, shade garden type thing. And there's also a buffer space from the border of the more dense urban area to kind of slowly come into the project with bioswales along the edge, and then kind of more smaller green spaces to kind of like ease you into it. And then that strip also contains where the housing would begin, just kind of to be like a softer transition from the super dense to this more like green public space. Yeah. And then this section explains more in depth like the flow of water through these inputs into the channel from the river on the top, and then how it would go through the systems of the retainment and the 3 storage pools, 2 different bioswales, and then different aspects like pavilion space in the middle, the public spaces, agriculture, and then how it would leave the system back into the river once the water has been cleaned and reused through the processes in the proposal. And then the axonometric, we can see other aspects of the project, like maybe there's smaller platforms that exist within like the cleaning spaces, so that those areas can be used as well by the public. Like an open market space, there could be a pool if it floods enough, different aspects, and then this ramping system on the bottom right that would help to create accessibility to the French Park from the proposal, and then the bridge it comes from to allow for accessibility from the one side to the other side of the river. This is a view from along the river, kind of looking back into the project towards the housing. Yeah, once again, just the differences in all the different programs, and kind of as you scale up the project, moving upwards, there's the cleaning, there's tennis, there's agriculture, a nice public space, the pavilions, buildings, all that. And then it's kind of the same deal. This one looking towards the river, housing on the left, different farming that can occur. These kids are playing. Then the ramp in the background going up the hill. And then this view from the third floor of one of the buildings looking over the project, just to see it from a higher angle as well. And that's my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Michael.
Michael, tell us again what these multi-story structures are.
Oh, that's housing. Sorry.
That's new housing that you're proposing?
Yeah, yes.
And you said earlier in the presentation something about moving houses in the process of building out the scheme?
Yes.
And these were informal settlements that occupy this peninsula right now, is that right?
Yeah, plenty of informal settlements and housing that is flood vulnerable in general.
Yeah. And are the people who occupy those houses presently, are they in your scheme now living in the multi-story buildings?
Yes.
What do you know about what they would want to live in?
I know based on what they have is mostly one-story buildings, very dense, like they have it currently with a kind of, they have a lot of like informal economy within it as well. I know this isn't exactly that, but I try to implement like the market and stuff to bring aspects that they had while providing what I think is like a safer condition than what they have right now.
Mm-hmm. I understand that it's a fairly radical proposition that you're making about the housing. And there are examples which one could study of transformations of informal settlements with purpose-designed high-density housing as the replacement. But those have been sometimes the subject of substantial critique. So have you incorporated into your scheme an assessment of those critiques and a position that you're taking vis-a-vis the appropriateness of that that proposal to move the inhabitants of the informal settlement with its particular economy and public life into a very different housing typology and different form of urbanism?
Yeah, I understand the critiques of those projects a lot, but I think like moving forward for the city with the increase, like with the climate change aspects and the increase in rainfall and all this, like the flooding is only going to get worse. So I see it as there kind of needs to be like a restructuring. Well, I mean, I don't live there. I can't make the decisions for the people or anything. It's a proposal for a reason, I guess. But restructuring seems like a more safer option to exist within like what is approaching, I guess, because I feel like the weather conditions and natural environment is only going to get worse. So it's radical for a reason. Yeah.
Okay, well, I would suggest this, that the presentation of the scheme might need to incorporate documentation of the options you considered before you reached this conclusion, because as it stands, you're presenting it to us rather like a TINA, which is to say there is no alternative. So I think it would be wise, certainly if one were ever presenting such a scheme to that population, to look at the options, their pros and cons, and why you came to this conclusion.
Yeah.
I think that's all true. I do want to step into this conversation, and I think that everything that Graham said is true, that one of the things that we need to do as architects fundamentally is understand the lives of the people who are affected by the work that we do. And I should also mention too, that one of the things that we as architects don't do enough of is to consider the lives of people who are displaced by our projects. I mean, it's something that as a sidebar I've become very interested in recently, is the pre-lives, the lives of the sites that are now occupied by major monuments like the Arch in St. Louis, and what those sites used to be, the whole life that essentially is erased by architecture. Having said that, I don't think, Michael, that you're in that same category, because one of the key differences here is that you're housing people in the same place where they used to be housed. And so right now, Addis Ababa is about 10 years into a project where they are trying to essentially reform informal settlements by building multi-story buildings like this. They tend to be like 4 to 6 stories high. They're called condominiums, even though it's not a condominium economic structure like in the US. And those condominium developments are basically places for people who are displaced by the clearance of informal settlements. And usually it's to make those, it's when those spaces become valuable enough for basically more expensive development. And then the people who are living in these self-built houses are then given, more salubrious housing, but much less familiar housing. One thing to keep in mind is what would you call it? There's a tenuousness of land tenancy in Addis Ababa. And this is a residue of the old imperial system, the feudal system under Haile Selassie and his predecessors, in which people did not own the land, right? And when Addis was founded, all the land in theory belonged to the emperor, and he would grant the right to occupy it to various people. A weird version of that, when the empire fell, it became a communist country. And so similarly, there was no land tenancy or no land tenancy rights, that people again lived there basically at the whim of the state. And so there's basically land tenancy laws are complicated in Ethiopia, and they're very different from what we're used to. But the short version is that the people who are living on this site really don't have a right to that site in the eyes of the state. And they can be displaced, at the whim of the state. What you're doing, though, is something that they don't do in Ethiopia, which is that they provide housing to replace the self-built informal settlements at that same place. And that's hugely important, because to Graham's point about the lives of the people who live there, the informal economies that exist there and so on, there is an importance about staying in that neighborhood that is lost with most of the sort of the redevelopment projects that go on now. And so so that's great. I mean, I applaud you for keeping people there on the site. At the same time, the change in typology is complicated because it changes the way people live their lives. For people who are involved in small scale manufacturing or in the processing of things like turning barley or whatever it is into the raw materials for beer, things like that, the stuff that happens in those courtyards inside the compounds, that really can't happen in these taller buildings. But I'm okay with that as long as you have a really viable story for what replaces that, or if there are other spaces that are made available. And to give you an example, one of the more successful condominium projects where one of my friends lives, they built these little one-story pavilions in between the apartment buildings. And those pavilions are for slaughtering sheep at major holidays, right? So both Orthodox Christians and the Sunni Muslims, who comprise most of the population of the city, will do these ritual sheep slaughters for various holidays. And so there are these like little slaughter buildings in the condominium complex. It's not something you would see like in American housing. And so there are ways of maintaining the ability of people to live lives the way that they are accustomed to. But however, having said all that, one other thing, though, that I should mention for Graham and everyone else is that, and this gets to Ruben's earliest point when he talks about the growth in the size of the city, right? The size of the city has exploded. And the numbers that you showed, Ruben, I think are the official numbers. The unofficial numbers are much, much higher. The city has probably at least 8 million people in it right now. It's got a larger population than New York City, most likely. And it's It is enormous. And because of that, where those people are coming, they're not all being born there. These are people coming from the countryside looking for work. So as a result, they are not necessarily tied to these places. A place like this Kabele, they call these districts Kabeles, a place like this is going to accommodate an influx of people from the countryside. And so they're not necessarily intrinsically tied to that place in the way that you would be concerned about displacing people. Right. So this is a sort of like a way station for them to provide housing for those rural people coming to the country. I think then means that you don't have to be as concerned with changing the cycles of how people use these spaces, or at least not as much. It's a complicated discussion, right? It's a really long discussion. Anyway, I appreciate the fact that you have moved them into these other buildings. And what I would suggest too is that in addition to the very sociological part of trying to understand the rhythm of life in this Kabele and how you turn that into a different kind of housing, is to also come up with a story about their relationship now to the river. Because the existing informal settlement, its relationship to the river is that the river is a functional space. It's where you wash clothing, you gather some water for some uses. It serves that purpose. But what if the people who live there now serve another purpose too? That they are now part of this urban conservation corps, employed by the city in order to keep the river free of debris or whatever it is. So in a way, they become less the unwanted people who live there really just at the whim of the state, and instead start to become the people who are the caretakers of this place. I could see developing that kind of a story, which would then change the way you design the housing, right? So then the housing starts to have this way of not just looking out in any direction, but specifically safeguarding the river, things like that. The last thing I'll say too is that I really appreciate this. Well, I love the use of color in this. The zoning where the water goes from blue to green, although I think you've got it backwards, right? The water should come in as green and leave as blue in your filtration system. I'm not telling you how to do your graphics, but, well, I am. But the point is about that is that I really appreciate that. But what drives me crazy is that it's not the water that's networked, it's still the roads. What on earth are you thinking here? I look at this thing and the first network that pops out at me is the white network, the network of paved streets or something. Why is the continuity in the paved surfaces and not in the aqueous surfaces, right? Like that's what I would want to see. I would want to see the parts that humans tread on as being lighter, and the more like interconnected stuff being the water infrastructure there. And I don't know, it might be that at the detail level that's what you're already doing. It's just that at a graphic level, this looks like a series of separated ponds with the water between them, and not connected. If that makes sense, right? I'd love to see this project where the water areas seem more connected, so that you see how they move from one to the other and the role of vegetation in cleaning the water, for example.
Yeah.
In this same image, Michael, is the area that I was asking about earlier, excuse me, north of the river, is that in the foreground areas in this view?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. So that was the area which you said would still flood.
Yeah, it will still flood.
Okay, and is that currently informal settlement?
Yeah.
Okay. So in theory, your system would be extensible across to the other side.
In theory, yeah. I mean, but they have much.
His head.
they have much different topographical conditions. So I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think so.
I see. Okay, so that's another story for a later time.
Yeah, I think so.
Eventually, you would have to address it. I think you'd have to consider your zone of operation, both sides of the river, even if it's a different system on the north side.
Yeah.
That's true. We already talked a lot about that also. Well, thank you again, Graham and Debbie, for your insightful comments. And thank you, Michael, for your great work. Let's move on to the next student. Alex, are you ready?
Yeah, can you guys hear me? All right. So you guys can hear me all right?
Yes.
Awesome. Great. So hi, my name is Alex, and this is a proposal for the Upper Cabana region of Addis Ababa, the Upper Cabana Public Center. And getting into it, in Addis Ababa, there's currently a crisis when it comes to the existing infrastructure, one specifically being the current sanitation infrastructure, with only 7% of the city's residents being, connected to a piped sewage system. Another crisis regarding water and waste management infrastructure, mass amounts of waste buildup leading to severe pollution of the waterways in combination with existing inaccessibility to water in general has left residents rather helpless. And on the street level, as you can see here, residents dump waste really wherever they can because of the lack of infrastructure that provides a means of organization. In its current state, the city's system of waste management is convoluted and inefficient, again, leading to those problems of waste buildup and subsequent water pollution. So when approaching this project, the intention was to address issues of waste and water management and seeing what kind of infrastructure intervention would most aid the community. Look at the studio's master plan. The site of the project is along the northern edge of the city, indicated here by this pink box. And moving into the neighborhood scale, the area of the proposal is a very densely populated area with primarily personal residencies. And due to this high density, there's a lack of green space in the area and a lack of connectivity to the river, which gives people a sense of entitlement to just dump their waste in it. And furthermore, people have started to put up fences around the perimeter of their properties that border the river, again, only further making it impossible to access the river. And looking a bit closer, the area also contains a bustling commercial street, several health and educational institutions, as well as a few religious sites. And the sections on the right also give a sense of the topographical conditions on the site, with there being a consistent steep slope near the river. And now zooming in to the existing site of the proposal, the current landscape, again, is very steep and overgrown, green space hidden by existing settlements that you can see there. So when approaching the intervention, the first step was to organize the existing topography into a formal scheme of terracing. And then the intervention, the proposal embeds a scheme of walkways to navigate the steep topography near and across the river, while providing a uniform walkable area just above with a series of pavilions and outdoor spaces. The proposal would implement restrooms, an area for residents to wash clothes, and storage tank that would provide water to the community members, as well as bins for people to dispose their waste, which would integrate into a greater scheme within the master plan. Here's a look at the proposal in Axon. The proposal intends to play with topography to create various areas for community members to shape for their wants and needs. And here in section, you can see that the system in relationship to the topography of the proposal. A series of sunken areas and courts equipped with permeable surfaces would be areas of passive rainwater collection, where rainwater would be collected, filtered, and then distributed through those pavilions for utilities like toilets and showers. In this perspective here, it kind of depicts those
multifunctional seating areas where water would be collected. And the intent of these, again, being for park goers to kind of mold their spaces to their wants and needs. This perspective is kind of a step back, looking from the inside one of those sunken areas, reiterating those sentiments, again, allowing for spaces for kids to play and people to gather. This perspective is taken looking across the river, where the change in topography becomes a little more evident, as well as a contrast between the more urban side of the river and the more natural, overgrown area. And then likewise, this perspective looks back of where that previous one was taken, kind of showing more of that urban side where all those fences have been put up and such. And kind of looking forward with this proposal, in the future, the idea for something like this would be to integrate into a system that provides opportunity to have more modular versions of these kinds of parks that could be replicated throughout the Upper Cabana area, as kind of suggested by that map on the right, where these kind of parks could be replicated such that they become more accessible to the greater community. And that is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex.
Alex, you've depicted a truck at the top left there. I'm assuming that the waste depot is the topmost building. Is that right?
Yes, there would be bins for both just general trash and recycling that would already be integrated into a system where the city usually will have trucks that come by and dispose of both solid and liquid waste.
Okay, that area seems a little under-explained or under-detailed in the proposal at the moment. You've got a tapering plan, a narrow end of a roughly triangular building there. One would expect there to be a fairly large loading area for the pickup of the waste, which would have to be accommodated urbanistically into the scheme. So is there more information that I'm missing?
No, again, this would be kind of like a detail that would be more explored given the general studio master plan.
Yeah, I think that's important because you're also collecting water and you don't really want the waste and the water to mix there. Who would build these parks, these modular parks, as you envisage them in a number of different locations along the river?
The idea with that would be that it would be a city-funded project where they would implement these over certain points throughout the city for the community.
Mm-hmm. And in good times, does Addis Ababa have a functional city taxation system?
That information I'm not aware of.
David, perhaps you can enlighten us on this. How does the state fund projects of this kind?
That's a great question. Usually through foreign aid. And I don't mean that as a joke. There are all these amazing parks now that have been built since the last time I was there, and they're largely funded by the UN, like the UN ECA or the European Union. They get a lot of money from individual European countries and then from the EU itself, and things like that. Sometimes individual embassies will what do you call it, when they basically sponsor a public project like that. But and then there's also a lot of public works that have been funded, at least in part, by the Chinese state. So the biggest project the two biggest projects in Addis is the $200 million headquarters for the African Union, which was basically a gift from the Chinese state. And then the other is a large metro system, about 35 kilometers, I think, of metro, that was built on a kind of a sort of a mortgaged basis. So there's a lot of those kinds of things with infrastructural projects. I mean, a lot of it is funded by foreign aid, but then they do also have various tax systems, right? There's individual income taxes. There's corporate, well, I guess the equivalent of corporate taxes, and then there's a kind of property tax that I've never fully understood, but there is a tax that's paid by landowners on their buildings and on improved land. But having said all that, I do agree, Graham, with there's something about the formal qualities of this, Alex, that the ideas are powerful, but it's almost as if the formal side of it is getting in the way. So for example, waste collection is an issue, right? One of the things that you're gifting to the city is a place for neighborhood trash collection, but in a really clean system that keeps all this extra refuse off the street. But that should be really, I mean, the function of that should drive the forms that come out of that part of the project. And right now, that little pavilion there with that little knife edge sticking out to the street just isn't sufficient to do this, right? It's inconvenient. And even just if you think about the logic of the way stuff moves, especially trash. I mean, you've thrown stuff in dumpsters. You know what those spaces are like. Stuff collects. Do you really want to have acute angles anywhere near a dumpster, right? I mean, you could just imagine stuff piling up in there. Some poor individual has the job of cleaning that. Ugh. No, you want to basically, this is not the place for that kind of formal move, right? This is a place for clean orthogonal angles, or whatever the logic is, to make sure that there's a logical flow of trash from individuals who dump it into something, and then that goes into a truck, and then it's taken away. And so and I would also say that throughout this project, that there's a kind of a logic to the use of the place that should drive it. The latrines are interesting, and I really like that you've included them. I think that they too could have a better sense of how they operate. So for example, the airflow that helps ventilate them, I like the inverted roofs to do that, but I wonder if, because of where you've got the latrines on here, they're all surrounded by walls and trees. And so that's going to minimize the breeze going through there. This is where I would expect you to want to maximize the breeze, like to use the form of the roof to maximize it. And so an inverted pyramid may not be the best way to do that. I'm not an expert on airflow, but I know that when you have those airfoil sections that some architects have used, right, to create that Bernoulli effect or the Venturi effect, where you accelerate air through a space, you can do that. And here's that great opportunity to use this really beautiful formal device, the canopy that hangs over this, but in a way where you actually study the airflow enough to see, how do I accelerate the airflow so that it's actually pulling those noxious gases out of there and not just depositing them in the next door neighbor. So that's where, and so that then you have to study prevailing winds. So you just have to know which way the prevailing winds are blowing, and then also know enough of the physics of these airfoil sections of how that works. I don't off the top of my head, but my suspicion is that if you started with that, like basic physics, right, it could end up providing really beautiful forms for the project. And so rather than just trying to find forms like these, jiggity jaggedy triangular things, let the forms emerge out of the uses of them. And then in that way, I think it would become much more poetic. The rainwater catchment part of it too, I think, is also potentially really elegant. And I like that part of it, but it's odd. It's a little weird how you're bringing the water in. So it's like a cascade pouring down right next to a space that people are in. I could see that being awkward. Because, I mean, one of the allergies I developed as an architect was the allergy to directing large amounts of water anywhere near people. Because if anything sort of starts to pull apart in that system, like a seam or something, suddenly you've got gushing waterfalls falling down into the latrine. So instead, my instinct would be to basically to develop these the slope so that the water is being carried away from people, so that where the water is falling down is visibly distant from where people would be inside the latrine, if that makes sense. And that might also be a nice way of separating those two kinds of waters, because there's a real difference between rainwater and the black water that's coming out of the latrine, right? I would imagine you'd want to keep those separate.
Alex, is the idea though that the collected rainwater is serving to flush in the latrines, and is there also treated water that is provided at wash basins?
Yeah, that's generally the idea here in section. It's kind of illustrated, but yeah, the rainwater that would be collected would be used for things like latrines, and then filtered as well for things like washing clothes or possibly drinking water as well.
Okay, I think you probably need a 3D diagram, which would be an overlay on your final view, which would show the network of water supply, collection and supply to the latrines, and then ultimately disposal. I like the general intuition that you've demonstrated in the programming of the scheme, bringing together these various infrastructural functions, I think is wise. And I think it's the disposition of the components and the influence of that infrastructural system on the formal resolution that we are suggesting might be thought through differently.
Thank you again, Graham and David, and congrats, Alex. Good
Thank
work.
you.
Thank you, Alex. The next student will be Gina. Gina, you can see you there. Okay.
My internet hasn't been the best today. I apologize. So if I do cut out, please let me know. I've been studying a location closer to the city center, and the proposal has been titled Pebbles of the Cabana, which proposes a series of small-scale infill projects along the Cabana connected through resilient ecological and social infrastructure. So the main issue in this area tends to primarily be flooding, which is a major problem across the entire city, as we kind of discovered today. And this problem is only going to continue to get worse with climate change. And we talked about flash flooding and its direct effect on the traditional mudwood construction, as well as flooding from the streets in terms of runoff, which exacerbates the problem. So flooding then factors into a myriad of problems with housing. And a lot of these vulnerable homes are at high risk of flooding because they are pretty directly on the river or in the river buffer and natural floodplain of the area. So as the municipality has been attempting to take back the river and create a larger river buffer, a lot of these homes need to be removed and these people ultimately relocated from this area or their homes adapted so that they may stay. So the proposal for Site 9 handles this relocation and new construction proposal over a series of phasing projects, which I'll get into a little bit later. Public space in this area is also a problem, despite the fact that it's close to the city center and there are a lot of people. There's just a general lack of open, accessible public space. There are a couple of religious facilities and an educational facility that I'll point out later, but there's really not much for public gathering or public amenities. So connectivity can also be a challenge in the area, though there's a cultural sense to share public transportation, and many people have their own cars due to lack of efficient infrastructure. So 54% of people are walking as their form of transportation. There are also general issues of access around the river, as we've kind of heard, and also issues with connections to bridge the river. So the master plan and the Site 9 intervention introduced green corridors and slow mobility within the river buffer as a proposal for connecting the Upper Cabana. Okay. Moving on to show flooding. in the area. You can see the gravity of flooding with all the different branches. And then the current rainfall for all of Ethiopia is shown in those top two maps, as well as soil permeability and flooding in the bottom. I apologize, I'm having an issue with the text, so let me know if you have any questions with that. Otherwise, moving on to showing how flooding is already affecting the built environment, you can see the informally constructed homes noted in red in the river buffer. And then at the map at right, you can see the informal settlements and condo structures with ADDIS. The public realm encompasses public facilities as well as the street. So these have to function more than just lanes for cars, but also serve the flow of pedestrians, accommodate street vendors, and even hold informal meetings, among other things. The public facilities in the area are lacking, as I've mentioned. So the area is not served by a clinic. I apologize, it's not showing up here, but it's down in this area again. So it's not served by a clinic, and there is one school that falls just outside the intervention area, which is included in the analysis. And the study area is 50% housing of the entire built environment stock. So just touching on the strategic plan that we developed as a studio, you can see the green and blue corridors that were developed as the connectivity strategy, but also to improve stormwater management, public facilities, and more. And these strategies were carried throughout the development to Site 9. So this is the Site 9 study area and the entirety of this photo, and then the site of the specific intervention is noted in that black square. And the school, just to call that out, is right here at this corner. So the analysis was done as a kind of figure ground at first, earlier in the studio, as a comparative study, and then carried through to the microscale of several buildings in the Site 9 area. So the analysis here was to understand the function, scaling, and shaping of the residential neighborhood as a housing proposal was to be produced. The importance of courtyards was also revealed through this study. As 50% of the area is residential, it's typically very dense informal settlements, which were constructed of non-flood resistant materials. And the majority of these homes are single rooms in rectangular form, typically around 24 square meters. So
pardon me, Jenna, in that previous image, I think we're missing some text. So what are the figure grounds on the right showing?
Yeah, so this is just the analysis of a single block. So it's noting the different typologies that were analyzed throughout. So just seeing what is the most common and looking at orientation to create these different types of negative spaces, meaning the courtyards on the different streets and how they interact with the street and interact with each other. So looking at the kind of undulations and poking out into these negative spaces. So noting that connection, if that answers your question.
Okay, and were you also documenting the courtyard spaces in a similar fashion?
Yes, I apologize. I've had some issues with my InDesign file this morning, so I wasn't able to get those into my presentation, but it's kind of looking at, the grid will show later, but looking at how these areas interact with the street above, and then the interior spaces being either a semi-public courtyard or semi-private courtyard, depending on the relation of bigger ground buildings around it. But I apologize, I don't have something more specific to kind of outline that.
Okay.
So yeah, just calling out the importance of these courtyards and how they are very multifunctional, kind of serving as places for visiting with family and neighbors, of course, but also for bathing, water storage, drying clothes, just general informal meetings and things like that. these semi-public courtyards that poke out into the street. For example, as you can see up here, they can often serve as additions that residents have made to turn their home into a place for generating income and selling things such as bread out of their homes so they can supplement that. But moving into looking at how that scale and atmosphere of the residential area can create a sort of grid to create a new modular system. So these units have been established at a 5 meter by 7 meter module in this rectangular form, with the ability to think about a small addition or larger additions as the typologies can grow and develop into 18 different units. You can see at the right. So these also will allow kind of opportunity to create those larger semi-public courtyards as well as smaller, more private spaces. And as kind of move forward, looking at how these can relate more to context. So building closer to buildings and thinking about how they're angled and interacting with the fabric that has already been established. The resulting neighborhood intervention in Site 9 functions mainly as a large-scale landscape intervention with this housing proposal. So the ecological strategy focuses on creating a soft edge to the river, as well as filtration channels that you can see here off of each meander, which allows the river to slow down and filter runoff and flood waters through vegetative mounds at each meander. And then in regards to housing, the small modules insert themselves into the existing fabric. So they're almost, they're very similar to what is already existing there. But as relocation happens over time, the proposal was developed in a series of phases. So the first phase here, introducing those modules at the closest to the river to function as kind of beacons for public amenities at the slow mobility crossings and the ends of streets. Then phase 2 would introduce housing interventions in that same central block on this main meander intervention. Then the block north of that, so just varying projects could happen. The resulting public facilities reflect the lack of healthcare and public gathering spaces in the area. So thinking about a public library to supplement the school with a flexible sports field, then a healthcare center and a community agriculture center. A plaza west of the central meander is also created as an overlook to the project, as there is already an existing retaining wall here. So that's just being reused as a new public space, and then ramping down to connect to that slow mobility path and the river edge proposal. So it was really important to allow, even if kind of artificially constructed in some of these areas, to return to a softer, more natural riparian river edge and floodplain. Though I know we've discussed that there hasn't been a lot of research done in the studio as to what specific plants and things could be used with that. Then in section, it moves from the overlook at left down the retaining wall to the riverbed and meander channel that is allowing the floodplain to reclaim a lot of area and create space for runoff and mitigate flooding. So these mounds, these vegetative mounds that you can see down here, are going to allow the river to slow down and allow all that rainfall to filtrate back into groundwater aquifers. In the south of the city, actually, it's a little bit more conducive to filtration as opposed to up in some of the northern sites that we've seen today. And then you can see how the proposal interacts with context. And getting into a couple of views. And then looking at the axon overall, you can see some of the development of the flood mitigation results. So this is going to be the base level of the river, and then looking how that's going to increase up to 1 and 2 meters and possibly even more with the different interventions. So that concludes my presentation. I apologize if I rushed through any of that. Let me know if I need to go back. But thank you for your time. I can answer any questions.
Thank you, Gina.
Yes, thank you. In this view, what are the highlighted buildings?
So here just hatched. It's meant to be pretty, I don't want to say camouflage, but the main buildings with interventions on the green roof solar panels were thought of ideas moving forward, but just noted in that little bit darker blue.
So these are all new buildings, or some new, some existing, but modified in some way?
Yeah, I guess I should have been more clear about that. So with the phasing idea, it was to look at, well, it's a little bit impossible because we haven't been to the site, thinking about how certain buildings could be cataloged for removal. So certain buildings that are directly in the river buffer that the municipality had proposed were removed. And then from there, the public buildings were added. But then these are all new construction buildings. So thinking about how there's possibility for adding in certain areas where there may not have been anything before, even though it's surprisingly dense. And then in other areas, taking existing buildings out and putting new ones in.
Okay, is there a sheet that designates the buildings to be taken out?
Yeah, I don't think I included that specifically, but in the site plan, I guess it's best to see, yeah, an existing plan would have been
I think it's important because, again, you're modifying an existing settlement, and it would be helpful to tell us what you've identified for removal and replacement and why you've made those choices. And a drawing to do that would be very helpful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I apologize, I don't have anything to quantify it, but it is mainly these areas that are to be filled up more, the very steep areas and the very areas close to the river where, like for example, the western bank wasn't as modified as it's a little bit steeper and higher elevation. But yeah, I understand that comment, I apologize.
But you've introduced new roadways where you've taken out some buildings, is that correct?
Yes, so there, the new roadways are mainly just these small paths that they're allowing more of a visual connection down to the river, and then these certain areas with bridge connections. But there are a lot of existing roads that were connected or extended to go down to the river.
Jenna, is there like a big overarching conceptual armature for the project, or is there like some kind of larger overarching concern that links all of the different gestures, the landscape and the architecture and everything?
Yeah, I think the idea was to work mostly with, very closely with what's already there. A lot of the analysis work kind of showed up that these people don't want to leave these areas, and they have their own existing fabric. So their existing way that they have courtyards, and just extending the connections that were already there. So using, I guess, everything that has been established, and just focusing on minimal new construction to allow for kind of maximum output without so much disruption, I suppose.
Mhm. So if you and Alex de Simone formed a partnership, how would you resolve your approaches? That's a slightly rhetorical question, I admit.
Yeah.
But you're taking quite a different approach, and it's interesting to compare those two. Here it seems that, Jenna, you're wanting this neighborhood to become more self-sufficient, or at least a more complete neighborhood with the facilities and the formalization that you're providing to the pattern of settlement.
Yeah, yeah, that was definitely the goal.
So is that something like the overarching impetus that David is asking about, which could be applied to other instances along the rivers?
Yeah, I think that's more, I guess, what I was aiming for with the different interventions, which could be kind of created by the community, as well as just looking at how kind of improving systems and habits that are already in place in the neighborhood, and different patterns that are already there. So just elevating that. Mm-hmm.
I think it's an interesting project in your overarching concern with minimal intervention. But what I'm concerned about is that that's not actually what the project is, especially when you look at the plan and you look at the very intense transformation of the course of the river. One of the things that I fear from those that is that I would fear that there would be an inadvertent degradation to the river by changing water flows, for example. Like you've created a kind of a seawall, I think, on the west edge of the site, and then you've done the thing where you've cut into these meander channels. And my concern with all that is that if we don't understand how this would affect the actual river, my fear would be that it could transform it in ways that we don't anticipate. And I'm spurred to think about that because of the effect of the artificial island communities that have been built in the Gulf states, where like I forget what they're called, even these residential developments on these new little mini artificial islands in the Persian Gulf, where after 10 years, suddenly you realize it had changed the tidal flows around the Gulf. And so suddenly you've got this sort of like movement, basically these weird movements of sediment around them. In your case, I just don't know what it would do. And that would be my fear, is that it could change the ecology of the river for the worse, by, if it increases turbulence or visibility, it'll, affect aquatic plants and animals. So that would be my fear, is that there would be inadvertent effects on it. And it's equivalent to what, both in Louisiana and in Florida we have with, human interventions in coastal ecologies, where just changing the shape or a little bit of the vegetation on the edges of the Gulf of Mexico, for example, or along rivers, really dramatically changes them from an ecological standpoint. Since part of this project is to kind of provide for healthy ecologies, that would be one of my concerns, in the absence of more like intense research about what happens when you change the course of a river. But as far as the people part of it too, I appreciate the interest in touching their lives as little as possible. But I also wonder too, what about the opposite, right? What if we touch their lives in significant ways, but along the goals of the Ethiopian government? And so one of their goals is to move people away from traditional cooking methods in cities. And this is a big thing, right? Because food is your culture. It's that shared thing, especially in Ethiopia, where you literally sit around this round misab, the table, with this round injera, and you share collectively from a single plate. But part of the problem with the conventional ways of cooking there is that it is really resource intensive. I mean, basically deforestation is a result of Ethiopian cultural traditions, like just standard cooking. I mean, if you cook with wood, you're going to lead to deforestation, especially in a country whose population is exploding. So the government is trying to introduce more efficient ways of burning, basically of making dinner. The other problem of it too is that it has led to a public health crisis, because when you've got all that heavy particulate matter and you've seen what the Kibela housing is like, it's not well ventilated. So the people who live in these homes have shortened lifespans because of typical cooking methods. And because women are more likely to be inside than men, there is this weird disparity where women's lives are being cut short by decades of cooking indoors with just firewood. So there's a lot of concern, a lot of interest in Ethiopian government of changing all of that, right? To address deforestation, which is one of those things that drives flooding, to address the public health crisis of particulate, whatever it is, matter in the air. And so it's worth considering. Okay, so what if we change some of these things? We'll go up another scale. You mentioned the cottage industries of baking bread, for example, or making bread. What if instead of having 100 women in this neighborhood all making the same product and competing against each other, what if they worked collectively? What if they found a bakery or a store together? It's potentially a radical intervention, but it's one that could have a number of benefits, right? Economic benefits, health benefits. Ultimately, if it means that we can start to be more efficient in the way that we use space, we can take those workspaces and turn them over now to green spaces. And so I could see you making that argument too, that maybe the minimal intervention isn't the best thing. I understand it. I appreciate it as an instinct, as a design instinct, right? To be as light in your touch as possible. I like that. But I wonder if that's what's really called for here, because there is something about these patterns of settlement that drive the flooding crisis and exacerbate health crises and economic crises. Anyway, and all this, though, I think just comes from the kind of research that you do here. And I know I'm describing a project which is not your project, but I'm just sort of using it as a counter argument, as a way of thinking, about what's really important here.
Yeah, thank you. That's a few really good points. Thank you.
Jenna, with regard to David's question about the river, was there a precedent or precedents that you had in mind for this intervention that you're proposing?
Yeah, I apologize. It's the name of an Indian project that I can't recall right now, but there was something that was done very similar with these kind of vegetated protective islands, but it was done at the branch of a river. So it was a little bit of a different intervention. So there definitely could have been more research done on kind of how this would react in a meander situation. So that's something that could kind of better.
Yeah, I think it would be important to include an assessment of the pros and cons of the modification of the river system like this. I have a question which also relates to Alex's scheme, and pardon me, my earlier hypothetical partnership was actually between Jenna and Michael Clifton. So I mixed up the last two presenters before you, pardon me. But in Alex's scheme and yours, is there a possibility for self-building? Is that feasible? Or would this involve external funding, such as David was describing a little earlier?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think developing the modular system, the idea in mind was creating a system that was accessible and available to be deployed by the citizens themselves and by these people themselves to kind of take ownership of improving the area. It's also a lot more scalable that way, as we've kind of come to learn about certain funded projects by the government and community funding and things like that. So creating a way for change without a lot of outside, maybe foreign aid or the Chinese coming in and developing something. So the idea was to create something accessible and small scale, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So in both your schemes, I think one could imagine, if time were available, an extension of the project to depict the stages and the processes of self-building and how the local inhabitants would be able to manage those processes themselves. So probably a series of three-dimensional diagrams showing the sizes of elements, the equipment that would be needed, whether a pickup truck would be sufficient, small cranes on the back of a truck perhaps, modular masonry units, those would be depicted in 3D in a sequential series of processes.
Thank you, David and Graham. Thank you, Gina. Good work. And now our last but not least student, Cheryl.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
And we can see. Okay, perfect.
Yeah. Okay. Hello, I'm Cheryl, and my proposal is about transit hubs that connect the city to the river. So in Addis Ababa, about 85% of travel is performed by walking, cycling, and public transport. The main transportation system includes light rail transit, bus rapid transit, public buses, private buses, and taxis. And infrastructure in Addis Ababa is low grade and flood in some places. Poor road design and urban drainage infrastructure lead to sewer and river blockage that cause flooding eventually. Since over half of the population still travel by foot, a robust pedestrian infrastructure and adequate space for pedestrian is needed in the Upper Cabana River area to solve connectivity issues. Addis Ababa has decent roadway connections with most of the regional states, but only about 30% of the rural areas are connected. One of the main issues of the public transportation system is the terminals. They can become extremely crowded with pedestrians, and they are not designed properly as well. These terminals have also become a hub for informal economic activities. Another issue with the terminals is the lack of facilities. Only a small amount of the bus stops actually has a sheltered place. And this diagram just shows different transportation systems that can connect to the river and provide areas of opportunity spaces. And this shows the bus and light rail stops around the pedestrian-only areas. so that there will be more room for development of the stops that will be more comfortable and less crowded for the people to use. And this is my site, and looking at the current condition, so it has it's a 8-lane road with relatively narrow pedestrian walkway, and also you can see the houses that are really close to the river. So my master plan is to develop a system that could be applied to similar conditions in Addis Ababa. So first is to diagnose. So as you can see, we got a typical 8-lane road with narrow pedestrian walkways, and the existing dwellings, some of them are really close to the river, which is dangerous during flood season, and also the exposed sewage line. And step 2 is first is to eliminate car lanes, and so that we can make the low mobility walkway wider. By doing that, we can also introduce different programs to the street, to the side, like garden, street food trucks, and street galleries, etc. And then is to introduce bus stops to the side of the road, and by doing that, we can create a platform to have open market, and also introduce the structure that could be for recreational use or mixed use, and then lead people downward to the river. So by doing that, we are not only having the one end to one end connection by the bridge, but also creating a vertical connection from the bridge to the river. And last but not least, to solve the water pollution problems, I can introduce bioswales to the side of the street, and also introduce wetlands to the terraces by the bridge. So this kind of system, these are the possible places that could be applied, the system that I just showed. And moving on to my site. So it's a transit hub that connect the river to the city. The first issue is the connectivity issue, so that it's right next to the roundabout, so cars, they can basically moving at every direction. So by inserting this transit hub, the public transportations could stop at this bus stop, and the pedestrians could just go downward and going under the bridge to whatever direction they want to go. And for cars, there's a underground parking for electronic cars to promote a green building parking, and the green represents the runoff of the water, like during flood season. So the water, they just flow this way because of gravity, and there's a water deposit underneath of this platform to collect water, and then it will carry the water to the building and clean it and reuse it, or just getting the water to the river eventually. And last but not least, the upper part could also be a open market, just to attract people, attract the neighborhood and promote local commerce. This is the upper floor site plan. So you can see these are the terraced wetlands, and these smaller squares, they are urban agriculture. And this is the ground floor plan. So this is the parking lot, and the second spaces could be offices or craft shops, studios, and all the work, the crafts they've done, they can send it to the market and sell it. And this is a space for bicycle rent or scooter rent, any kind of slow mobility, and parking. Okay. And so people can also, this is entrance for the parking, and this is another entrance for people to go borrow the bike, and they can just use this walkway and to bike. So this is cutting through, the first section is cutting through the parking, the car parking, and also cutting through the wetlands above. And this is cutting through the second part, which is the office slash crafts workshop, and above is cutting through the urban agriculture. And this is the entrance to the parking. And the third section is cutting through the bike renting and showing the structures behind. So the first section is cutting parallel to the bridge and cutting through the main building. So you can see the transit hub, the bus stops. And this is the water deposit that I was talking about. So like the water runoff, they can go to this deposit at the ground level, and other water, they can just go from the tubes or water lines and stuff, and it will be filtered a little bit, and after it's being cleaned by the wetland, it will be sent back to the water tank to the top of this tower, and all the clean water, they could be reused by the building and also the urban agriculture. And this is just showing how it's flow to the wetland. And this is urban agriculture. And there's also wetland on the ground level as well. And the parking, offices, and the bike rent. This is just an axon diagram showing how the water flows and get up to the deposit and or just into the river, and also the pedestrian, their possible walking lines. And this is just the axon showing, and there's a PV panels on top of the pavilion just to provide the energy to the building to make it more like a green building. And these are the bus signs, which there will be a screen there showing the bus lines and stuff, and yeah, the wetland, and people can also enter from here. Urban agriculture, they can enter here to the market inside, and then going down, they want to rent a bike or so, they can just enter from here and then going other way. And here is the empty space, but it could be used as a park, because this is like a open market, and there's the park. And this is a view looking downward. You can see the wetland on the ground level and some urban agriculture, and see part of the river and the bridge. And this is just looking at the main building. You can see the bus stop signs and the buses. And this is another view, just looking at people, they're just using this walkway to go. Yeah, I think that's it.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. That's a very interesting scheme. Tell us how the people who sell in the market access their spaces and how they bring their goods to their space.
So I was thinking like the people who work at the space, they can sell the food like coming from the urban agriculture and also the craft shop in this building, so they can sell stuff from here, or they can bring their own stuff to sell. And basically there's another entrance on the upper level at this point, so they can just enter this way. And this is just I think from the section, yeah, this is where the elevator and staircases go. And yeah.
Well, I'm thinking about the markets that exist in a city like New Orleans, where the farmers bring their produce in trucks and they park behind their stalls. So is that going to happen here?
Yes. Like, let me show. There's actually a loading place right here, and that's a door. So I think if they want to, they can just go into the parking lot and load their food and stuff here, and then move up, use the elevator to go to the ground floor market.
So they transport their produce in the elevator, is that the idea?
Yes, or they can just take the bus if they don't have a lot of stuff.
Okay, I think you probably need to add a little bit of information at the beginning about the volume of produce that somebody would sell, or craft, or whatever other product they're selling. What would the volume be that would be typical for a market of this kind in ADDIS?
Okay.
Because it seems relatively small from what you've described about how it would be transported. And so we would need to know that at the beginning.
Okay.
My second question, if I may, has to do with the bus traffic. How many buses per hour, roughly, would you expect?
I'm not sure about the exact number.
Okay, you've got a pull-out lane in an indentation into the sidewalk that suggests that there might be 3 or 4 buses, perhaps at any one time. A busier bus station would have a more elaborate system of roadways within its site and a series of platforms. So again, it would be helpful to know at the beginning what the volume of bus traffic is and how it will be accommodated in that pull-out lane on the street, because it suggests a relatively low volume of bus traffic.
I think the point that Graham just raised is really important. And Cheryl, it also, for me, connects with your earlier point about having a loading dock, that neither of them, I think, is really realistic. And so at a certain level, well, I'm not sure where your studio sits in the big curricular arc at Tulane, but maybe it's unrealistic to expect you to have those kinds of infrastructural functional things worked out. But at the same time, if the project does hinge on having a viable market. It's good to know how people get stuff to that market. And likewise, if this is a bus terminal, it'd be good to know how do bus terminals work, right? Like, how do these buses that are sitting there idling, taking on passengers, how many of them are there? For a passenger, is there a whole waiting area for them, like a comfortable waiting area where they buy tickets and things? And those are the kinds of the pieces that would be really helpful to know. But what would really, especially for me, like make this project really sing is if this axonometric view also included that initial thing that you showed us, right? That design for a major road that crosses over a river. So you showed us how you would take this thing that right now is just a lot of asphalt and a lot of danger for pedestrians, and you showed how it would become something else, that there would be bioswales to deal with rainwater runoff. There would be a narrowing of drive lanes in order to reduce traffic speed and keep it more consistent. You showed us all of that, but it's not here in this drawing. And I would love to see that here, because in addition to the networks of greenery and the networks of, well, the blue networks, right, of water moving across this thing, I'd love to see the networks of buses moving across this. I would love to see how the bus somehow gets from the travel lane into the bus station without hurting pedestrians. Because right now, the sidewalk in front of the bus station is probably one of those really dangerous places. You've got enormous vehicles exiting heavy traffic going into a station, and they're crossing over a pedestrian way. So you're creating a place that is potentially really dangerous. It would be amazing if we could see how you resolve that, because you may have found a way to make it work really well. Likewise, to see how those flows of water that you're taking from, the city, even up to this bridge, across this bridge, would love to see how that intersects with the movement of green spaces across your building. And then, because one of the things that's, my favorite thing about this perspective, or this axon in some ways, is the fact that you've shown those trees and people across the street. That I love, because that's already a network of green spaces. And that parcel across the street is already now connected to a series of green spaces that go down to the river. Fantastic. I really like that. It's the beginning of talking about a network. What terrifies me as a pedestrian is I look at those two spaces, they're separated by a wide road that's heavily trafficked by vehicles, and there's no sensible way where I could see somebody crossing over there. And I know full well that people are going to cross over there because they're running to catch the bus, and that's where they're going to get run over by vehicles. So that's where I'm wondering, those kinds of, that's the other networking, right? It's the pedestrian networks across these streets and the interconnectedness of all the greenery, of all the pathways for water, the pathways for vehicles, the pathways for people. I would love to see that all integrated in a drawing like this.
Mm-hmm. There are actually existing crossways.
Yes. The crosswalks are there. But
yeah, the crosswalks.
Here, just because it's so important to you, Cheryl, what's important to you here is those, this green network, right? Because that's what you started off telling us. You started off telling us about the way that you were transforming these boulevards so that they were not just, bad asphalt roadways, but they were, real boulevards with greenways on them and things like that. But show them here in this drawing because they're important to you, and show us how that pedestrian the movement of people across this whole city, how they get to major intersections like this, and that people can survive because you've designed the crossing in a way where you couldn't imagine drivers violating the logic of how a person is crossing the street, how the pedestrians become primary in a place like this. Because that's the other thing that's left out. And several of you mentioned the pedestrian fatality right there, and it's a serious issue. Part of the problem is that in Addis Ababa, like in much of the world, there is a class distinction that comes with operating a motor vehicle. There is an assumed superiority of a motorist over a pedestrian, and that leads to fatal interactions in which the pedestrian is always at a disadvantage, right? I mean, it's you versus 2 tons of steel. The vehicle is going to win. but that vehicle is also being piloted by somebody who sees themselves as being entitled to that public space more so than the pedestrian. And that's something that your design can help change. When your design privileges the pedestrian over the vehicle, then the pedestrians start to win. And as I mentioned with some of your colleagues, you know, you're right here, you're being uncritical about the vehicles, because what's continuous right here is that network of asphalt, that network of streets, the network for cars, that is uninterrupted in your drawing, whereas the networks for people are interrupted by, you know, basically, you know, and I just mean like the relationship between driving ways and sidewalks. You know, flip it on, you know, flip the script, start making it so the sidewalks are what's continuous and the cars have to go over bumps or whatever, you know, make them slow down or whatever. I don't know if it's reasonable. It's what I would do. I mean, literally flip the script, make the cars stop for people instead of the other way around.
I was actually, I was going to solve this roundabout problem, maybe having traffic lights, but just didn't move on and that, but keep working on the building. But yeah, I will think about it.
I still remember when they first installed the very first stoplights in Addis Ababa, and that was only within the last 15 years. And that's the other thing too. I wouldn't even rely on signalization. I am literally talking about changing the surface of the city. So instead of the surface that's continuous being for cars, make the surface that's continuous the surface for people. The other thing too is that the logic of the roundabout, I mean, you look at those big, broad radii at the corners there, that curve of the sidewalk, that's not there because people are running super fast, right? It's not a track. No, it's there for cars to be able to go around there quickly. Flip that script too. You know, just because you're an architect doesn't mean you can't touch everything in the public realm. And so I would encourage everybody to think about that, is, you know, change it so that the literal surface of the city is more conducive to people walking than to people driving. Yeah, just show a better world, you know, make it possible. I will say the project is really elegant. And the one other thing I'll mention though, is I've always been a little bit dubious about urban agriculture. And I say this as a person who did urban agriculture. I mean, I basically, you know, built a house where my whole front lawn was a food garden, right? And I've done this, but then again, I know it's a lot of work and it's also resource intensive. And remember that agriculture like this, where you're building in a relatively shallow system, is going to require irrigation. And the irony of this is that most of the year it's not raining in Addis. And so you're going to need to draw precious water out of the ground in order to water these plants, because you're growing them not in regular soil like on a farm, but in a shallow thing. And so the danger here is that you could actually end up requiring more intensive use of scarce resources like clean water in the city in order to grow what is really just a marginal amount of vegetables. So I would question whether that idea of urban agriculture is the right thing to do in this place, or whether it should be more like gardens that become a public space for people to, you know, to play in.
Yeah, I was actually, before deciding on urban agriculture, I was thinking about indoor farming, and then I found out it requires a lot of electricity, which it can't supply itself with that much electricity. So I just kind of,
Yeah, that is tricky. Indoor agriculture has a lot of promise because it requires so little land, but also it requires so little water compared to conventional terrestrial growing. And that part is all great. Also, it allows you to grow a lot more food in a limited amount of space, but it is also technologically intensive, right? And if the systems break down, then the whole thing falls apart. But having said that, that's a question. And this is like the standard criticism of green roofs, for example, right? Because in the early days of green roofs, students like you were like putting like, you know, green patches on top of every building and saying, okay, it's sustainable. But the problem then is, you know, if you're growing grass on top of a skyscraper, that's hard to do, right? And it requires a lot of irrigation. So you're actually using more resources than you're saving. And so in this case, what I would do is ask, how can you incorporate natural plant materials into the architecture in a way that doesn't require the maintenance or the additional resources, but still serves the purpose of, cleaning the air of pollutants, of, turning carbon into oxygen, et cetera, et cetera. It's a worthy goal. I'm just not sure that agriculture is the answer. So I would think maybe something more like ornamental landscapes, like a garden or a park, that those would make more sense here. I'm just not convinced that agriculture is the right kind of greenery to use.
Cheryl, I have some similar concerns to David's about the agriculture. And in fact, I initially read the plans incorrectly and imagined that where you show the urban agriculture patches, that there were actually outdoor market spaces down the ramp. And so as people moved up and down, they were participating in that economy at this particular site. So that's maybe an alternative that you could consider, but I want to commend you for tackling what is quite a complex three-dimensional configuration, complex programmatically and complex formally. You've taken on a difficult site. There's more to do, as David said, to integrate your initial studies of the boulevard type into the site. But this is a particularly challenging building project that you've taken on, and I think you need to be recognized for tackling that challenge.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. The formal resolution of this project is really wonderful. I mean, really wonderful.
Thank you.
I also agree, of course, with Graham and with David. So congratulations, Cheryl. Thank you so much for this great work. So Cheryl was the last one. I don't know, guys, can you turn on your cameras and we can see you? Because I would like just to thank to our guests, Graham and David. Thank you so much for your time, your generous comments. Do you want to say a last word just to wrap up the session?
I'll just say a couple of things. One is I wanted to say hi to Graham. I didn't realize until today that you're the one who wrote that article about George Baird and post-criticality, and just want to say that was really cool. So thank you for that. But the other thing that I wanted to mention to everybody here is, bravo. This is really difficult, designing for a context you've never been in, that you don't know the culture, the landscape, all of that. And I gotta say, these projects are really convincing. I really enjoyed them. And the one thing I'll say is a nitpicky kind of thing, but as an architectural educator, that one thing that I really wish students would do more of is include two different types of images on each slide. So you know how in your initial analysis slides, how good they are because you've got plans, you've got sections, you've got text. You obviously know you can put that all there. Then you guys get into your project and you're just showing us a section. And then we go to the plan or whatever. And you're making us, I mean, I'm speaking for Graham and I shouldn't, because maybe he can remember all these things. I'm trying to remember the plan as I'm looking at the section and then the axonometric. If you could put like two or more of those on a single slide so we can cross-reference them, it would be so much easier for somebody like me. I just have limited bandwidth. That would be my one big critique, is that you can keep a plan up there and then go section, axon, keep whatever. It would help a lot. You'll find it's easier for you to describe your projects too. So that's my big tip for the thing. But I just wanted to thank Ruben for the invitation, because it was really wonderful to watch and see all your projects.
Mm-hmm. Me too, especially from the familiar faces on the screen. I'm glad to see that you not only survived third year, but have gone on to greater things in this studio. I agree with David that combinations of certain kinds of drawings with some explanatory text would be helpful in a number of instances. But generally, I want to commend the very high standard of graphics overall that I see in the work. And I thank Ruben for setting that high standard throughout the studio. It's obviously a very important kind of topic. and it's important for us as North American architects to understand our responsibilities in a larger international context, particularly in countries that are less fortunate than we, and ways in which we can advise and assist in improving conditions in those other places. So my congratulations to you all for taking on that challenge and providing these very interesting and provocative solutions.
Again, thank you so much, Graham and David. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. Thank you. Guys, can we just stay a couple of minutes? Again.
All right, I'm going to sign off. Thank you all again. And Ruben, I'll be in touch. I really want to talk more about these parts because this is really exciting. Great work, all of you.
Thank you. Thank you again, Graham. Thank you.